Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bienvenue pour cette 4e ronde qui va démarrer dans moins de 3 minutes. Hello everyone. Round 4 will start in less than 3 minutes. Please move on to your seats. Voilà, je vous rappelle que la salle de jeu est réservée aux joueurs uniquement. Voilà, spectateurs doivent rester en dehors de la salle de jeu. I remind that the playing hall is for players only, not for spectators. Je vous rappelle également que lorsque vous vous déplacez, vous devez avoir votre bracelet vert sur vous, le montrer des arbitres quand vous sortez et quand vous rentrez dans la salle. I also remind you that you have to wear your green bracelets in the playing hall. Voilà, n'oubliez pas de laisser votre téléphone éteint dans les boîtes prévues à cet effet. Don't forget to leave your electronic devices in the boxes. Voilà, il est 14h30 à ma montre. Bonne partie à toutes et à tous. Vous pouvez démarrer. Please start the clocks.
When people around the world think of ripe, fresh, juicy fruit, our name comes to mind. Since Dole's start in the 1850s, we've made it our mission to make the world a healthier place. From tropical bananas marked with our iconic sticker to the sunny pineapples we're known for, we've become a trusted source for nutritious, colorful variety that tastes as good as it looks. From field to fork, we innovate with purpose and lead with our values: planet, produce, partnership, prosperity, communities, people, and health. The result is delicious and delightful. Brighter tables and futures for all. That's the Dole way.
Halfway through Trophy Dole here in Aix-en-Provence. My name is Laura Unuk and I'm joined still by Grandmaster Sergei Movsesian. Hope you are pulling through. The commentary with me must be tough.
Welcome everybody. I'm trying my best, but
Yeah.
no, I think it's going very well, at least from my point of view, and we are ready for the next round of enjoyment in Aix-en-Provence. We do hope for fighting games, some upsets probably, and we will see how the battle for top spots, which is hitting up slowly, how it's
definitely.
gonna go today for the most of our guys who are involved in the first 16 boards, which we will see live.
Guys and girls, yeah, we did count 3 girls today being on live boards. 2 of them we've seen yesterday, Lumia Oji and Garipolina Leia, and Yip Carissa today joining us on 12 board. But definitely not the highlight of the day. Highlight of the day are the pairings of top 10 boards, or maybe top 8, which are on the stage. You mentioned, okay, first of all, Eljanov versus Mendonça, Leon Luke. Both players yesterday, I think, were quite impressive, at least in my opinion. So for me to see the game today between them, I am very excited to see the matchup.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting affair. Of course, 2 players with higher ratings, Pavel Eljanov 26.45 and Leon Mendonça is 26.03. Then we also have, of course, another possible highlight of the day, Bahadur Jobaba on board 2 against Aditya Samant, who made his way to the podium. And he has also a 3 out of 3. And Patrick Cieslak of Poland, who impressively won his game against Gopal yesterday. He's up against Jorden Van Foreest, who is back on stage and probably will try to stay there till the end of the tournament. We will see.
Yeah, absolutely. And one pairing that you mentioned before we started was board number 9, because we have 2 very, very promising youngsters. Vetok Hinsava made the GM Nor here last year, and he's playing against Polish Racek Krzysztof, who is also a young, promising Polish star.
Indeed, Krzysztof I have seen a couple of years ago in Pardubice Open, and we shortly discussed the rating system at some of our earlier streams, and Krzysztof was back then around 2200s only, but he has done a big jump in last year, and we can see 2465, quite an impressive rating for a young player. So, of course, there are many more interesting matchups to see. We shall not forget, obviously, about the local players. Maxime Lagarde is on board 6, facing Geray Kilic of Turkey, and also Simon Lamaz, who yesterday did hold a very, very difficult, from our position against Madaminov, and as a reward he got another top seed, Brandon Jacobson. So many interesting matchups. Hard to pick one, especially even board 5 looks extremely promising to me. Vaza, who did show a very brave approach yesterday against Maxime Lagarde, and he is facing Nils Grandelius. So lots of promising pairings. Let's see what it's gonna bring us at
Yeah, and in the meantime, we can also see the standings because, okay, after 3 rounds, we can already see that not a lot of players are on 3 out of 3. In fact, on the left side, you can see Eljanov, Jabava, Csislak, Samant, and only Mendonca, Leon Luke on 3 out of 3. All others, as you can see, are on 2.5, but that's of course nothing bad. The tournament is so strong that if I was on 2.5 at this point, like Bodana is, sadly not on the live board yet, but I would be extremely, extremely satisfied with my score here.
Yes, definitely 2.5 out of 3 is a very decent start, and the number of players, which is on 3 out of 3, which is not very big, only suggests that we really have a very difficult tournament even for the top seeds. Mm-hmm. So, of course, the guys on 3 out of 3 would try to keep the perfect score, and let's see which opening lines they choose for this. We probably should start from board 1.
Because we do see a London system. I am a big fan of London system myself, and I was surprised that you are such a big fan of London system.
Unfortunately, there is not much of a choice nowadays. Generally, I have to admit that I'm a bit disappointed to see, not because of a London system here, but that Pavel didn't go for first E4, because we mentioned that he had 3 E4, E5 games in first 3 rounds of the tournament, but he decided to pick something different for this game, and we can see that both players playing very quickly. This is an opening theory, and that's one of the quite common ways how to set up the pieces.
I remember if black is waiting with knight c6, if he goes for b6, I remember there being some g4 directly by white.
h4.
Or h4 as well. I think both of them being very good. So with knight c6, sadly that is not possible, but definitely a plan for Pavel Eljanov potentially. What is exactly the right move here? Is it b6 still? I forgot something.
I'm not sure about b6. I would say, knight f3. This is one of the ways how to treat this position, because white, of course, we can explain some general points of London system. Of course, white is maybe it can seem that it's not the most aggressive approach from white, but it's lately London did gain popularity amongst all kinds of players. What the easy part about London system for white is that you don't really need to learn too much of a theory.
That's why I love it.
It's very, very nice to lots of people that do like this. The plans are not rocket science.
Yeah.
Generally, you in this case, Pavel did go for a quick establishment of a stronghold on e5 and trying to bring all his pieces basically to all possible pieces to hold on the e5 knight. The idea is actually that at some point you can covered by this knight, launch some attack on the king side. So it's up to black how do they fight against this knight, because you cannot really tolerate him for too long. I'm not just a great fan of this setup with black exactly. So I do understand that Mendonca was prepared for this, because Pavel does play London system time to time. But this is the first moment when he is a bit stuck, because he's maybe not completely sure what is the right way to continue here. And maybe he's trying to check what's going on in case of knight d7, for example.
Yeah, in case of knight d7, which is a logical move.
Can also be losing on a spot. Let's say by this and typical bishop takes h7 idea.
It could be,
but I don't remember. There were king g6, queen g4. There are some occasions where this is not not bringing white so much of success. But as this is, I have to say that as there are many very similar lines in this
exactly.
this setup, so I can't recall exactly if bishop h7 works here. And it seems that it's also the case in Leon's situation at the moment, because well, he probably tries to remember what is going on after knight d to f3, as Pavel did blitz out his moves. So on the other hand, if you don't go knight d7,
yeah, I mean, thankfully I can see it here. Knight e4 being the most played move here. I have to be honest, I have exactly this position in my files, but I cannot recall the lines, or maybe I don't want to for my future opponents.
Yeah.
But apparently knight f4 being the most common move, at least by this database. And after a short castle f6 is the plan. Yeah, and I remember then sometimes knight c6, and yeah.
This is how the modern theory goes quite often. That you, it's very interesting to see top players to play lines which, for example, in my childhood were considered to be just trying to avoid the theory and thinking that maybe some direct attack is gonna work for us. But in any case, it seems that White was slightly more on spot in his prep, because Mendonça is taking his time, and definitely is gonna consider his options. Meanwhile, it gives us a possibility to move to board 2, where Bahadur Jobaba is playing with white pieces against Aditya Samant. And yes, we started off with
knight
e2.
Whoa!
So why not?
Yeah, I mean, let's go to sidelines immediately. Why wait for third move?
Bahadur is actually he of course is able to play any open Sicilian as well, but at some point of his career he did turn his attention to closed systems in Sicilian. If I recall correctly, he did beat Magnus Carlsen in during Chess Olympiad in Khanty-Mansiysk 2010, and I think it was close Sicilian.
Oh, wow. Such a good memory. I don't recall that game, but I definitely do trust you.
I do believe that it was I think that I remember the basic things about the game. But the truth is that knight e2 is a little bit in case you want to go for close Sicilian, you sometimes keep your knight on g1 in order to see if you may develop it later with f4 and knight f3. But Bahadur went for knight e2, knight c6, knight c3, and knight f6. Unfortunately, the line I showed yesterday with bishop b5 and 3 knights on 5th rank doesn't really work here, because the bishop cannot really jump over the knight on e2. So g3 instead. And black does go for d5, very direct. e d5 and knight d4.
Not even taking on d5, but going for knight d4.
Yes, the idea is that bishop g2 will most likely be met by bishop g4.
I thought you were going to say bishop h3.
No, bishop h3 is not yes.
Yeah.
h3.
I like that.
Bishop f3, king f1. If I remember correctly, there is an opening theory like this. King f1 or because was it?
Even though, would you be worried about knight d5 or something? I feel like white has.
Yeah, knight d5.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly how the line goes, I think.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How to lose a game?
Yeah, well, no, you don't necessarily lose it, but it can be quite tricky for black. I think that there is a more common approach, like bishop takes g2 and knight takes d5 afterwards. But interestingly, Bahadur does take his time here, which is a bit surprising, because
You don't have a lot of choices here. I
Yeah,
mean, a knight
that's-
f3
that's-
being a checkmate threat. Maybe he's thinking about knight f4, but I don't
bishop
think
g4.
that should be. Maybe he wants to play bishop. No, bishop e2 you cannot play, yeah?
No.
That seems wrong.
By the way.
Or maybe, yeah.
Knight takes d4 also doesn't look like a good option for white here, but yeah, seems that it
Interesting.
came a little bit unexpected for Bahadur.
Very interesting.
Or maybe he just remembers that this is a line he doesn't want to go for, but let's see. It's maybe somewhat late to
Yeah, to go back.
reconsider. Yeah, this is
Now
well
it's
interesting.
playing.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen next here. Meanwhile, we can switch to board 3 when Jorden Van Foreest, as we mentioned, does make his return to the stage. And we can see already some interesting developments here. It may seem that in Queen's Gambit, in classical King of Queen's Gambit, you cannot really come up with anything very special. But look at this. King h1.
Oh,
Very deep.
oh.
So deep that it will take us for something like 5 to 10 minutes to understand why
What?
does white wanted to do King h1.
H1.
What was well, the idea is
Okay,
probably
yeah.
just to avoid bishop h2 ideas.
Yeah.
So maybe he wants to move the knight.
I
like
assume,
knight
yeah.
d2.
Knight d2 followed by f3, which is a typical plan in this type, or f4 sometimes, okay, but mostly f3, e4 is something what white would want to do if he doesn't go for the b4 plan. Yeah, king h1, I think we can assume knight, maybe knight g1 could also be a plan, but that seems a bit slow, yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Knight d2 looks safe, followed by f3, and then you want your bishop on f2, maybe g1. When queen c7 happens, rook e1, e4, and you know, smooth sailing for white.
That would be very nice if black couldn't make any moves
Yeah, of
themselves.
course,
But
yeah.
of course, this is an interesting idea, and it seems that well, on the other hand, time-wise, it doesn't look that the idea was so deeply prepared. Maybe something similar was seen by Jorden, and because he did already spend some 10 minutes, and his opponent is still in the book. Maybe this was one of the reasons why Van Foreest decided to go King h1 to derail his opponent or to make him a little bit less comfortable than he was at the beginning of the game. So now I would expect black to take a longer thing, and we have a beautiful detail on a banana. It's a bio banana, but is it the right one? We are not sure. We
Is it
cannot
the
really see
Dole
the detail. We
banana?
see the tag bio, but we may ask to remove this
Well,
if it's not a proper
not the right banana.
proper company.
Actually, Jorden was looking in the banana direction, so maybe he's a bit jealous of his opponent. Jorden is usually the one bringing his bananas, and maybe he's now regretting not bringing one today.
Well, we may never know what is under the table. So let's check what is going on the board. And in the next game, where Abdimalik Abdisalimov is playing Avonder Liang, who is also back to the stage. Well, the third Steinitz system.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we can definitely check this game, and then we have to go back to Badur's game because he did play Bishop G2.
Okay, he did take on d4 and played knight b5, but this was not supposed to be so good, I think.
Yeah.
e5 is... I remember... Okay, it's not like there is a refutation of this, but this looks like risky business from Bahadur. Not that he would refrain from risks
Himself,
yeah,
correct.
b5. Of course, the point is that he wants to attack the d4 pawn, and queen takes d5 is definitely not a good option due to knight c7 check. But that's e5. So the situation here for black
e5. Okay, let's check.
I'd like to
That
sacrifice,
looks like yeah.
This is
That looks like a very interesting response. I mean, now a6 is a threat.
because the knight then will be misplaced. You can,
Yeah.
of course, play passant
Yeah.
d6, bishop takes
Bishop
c6.
g2. Is
Bishop
that an
g2.
okay move or
Yes, and then
seems wrong?
a6. That's what I wanted.
Mhm.
And if your knight is going to be forced to a3,
Yeah.
then maybe
You could even take it.
I can
Yeah.
theoretically take it, but I'm not sure if I want to.
No need, yeah, maybe. No, that's very interesting response by Jababa. It's okay. We will not check the engine. We're not checking it now, but so far this looks a bit dubious.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a gamble from Badur,
We are in the
but
casino, so
yeah.
keeping the spirit alive.
Indeed, and
Okay.
yes,
fine.
let's
go
get
back.
back to our. Oh, well, you see, while we were checking on Jabara, they managed to change lots of pieces already on this on board 4. Is it board 4? Yes.
Mhm,
Sorry.
correct.
So, interestingly, I wondered it picks this system for today's game, but I'm not completely sure how effective this is if you want to try to play for a win. My experience is that this position sounds slightly better for white, with really very little chances for black to create
Yeah.
counterplay. So,
But okay, we always say, okay, I don't know, he's probably playing quite, maybe they're in the same age group also, not sure, so maybe he knows him a bit better than we do, and also with black pieces it's always a small win to equalize. So I think a lot of top grandmasters actually have this strategy to be solid with black pieces and play with white, right?
true. On the other hand, in the open tournament, sometimes you will have to take some risks, even with black pieces, because it's very difficult to win all the games with white.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
And
c4. Okay.
c4
Yeah,
playing
you
some kind of
said
so
for space, yeah.
yeah c4 knight c3 is going to be white's next. Then he probably going to put his bishop to g5, brings it up to d1.
Yeah. Do you think we will see fast response? Yeah, bishop e7.
No, I guess that the black is knight c3
Yeah.
immediately, so we have a bunch of moves coming
Very quickly, but Lianga Wonder still with 1 hour 41, so still more than what he started with. Definitely something he wanted today. Okay, it's his choice. Maybe we
Yeah.
wouldn't go for it ourselves, but you never know what can develop.
So first of all, players do prepare to the game, and he definitely weighed up many options what he could play today. So just this seemed to him, or also it can be a surprise that that white went for this line, b3. Okay, there is a different way of developing. This is, of course, bishop g5 was the one I suggested, but b3, bishop b2 is also possible, because when you manage to put your bishop to the diagonal, the queen on d4 becomes quite an unpleasant piece. So black should be quite quick to do something here, because if he stays passive, then it may be very unpleasant for him to develop, or because he's lacking space, obviously. White did grab more space after the opening, so black's options are a little bit limited. So of course b5 comes to mind in principle, to do something like this to try to break white's strong hold on, or white's grip on the center, but we can see the first moment of hesitation from I wonder, because he's maybe didn't expect this way of development from white.
Yeah, the problem is if you would want to remove the knight to play bishop f6, there's either e5 or c5. Could happen on the board, potentially. I mean, if I had an option, I would immediately play bishop f6. That would solve all my issues right now. Yeah, with black pieces, I think at some point we will have to go c6 to stop knight e5, which would bring d6 a weakness. Yeah, it's difficult questions that we have now, and like you said, more comfortable for white than for black. So very interesting choice by Ilyanka Wonder to go for this. I'm sure he has this in his files, but maybe also recalling the lines.
Yeah, because the setup is very important here. It's if you in such a position, if you choose the wrong setup, it may also end
Yeah.
up very unpleasantly, and you may be up for
We do know
several
that.
hours of suffering and trying to get a draw. Let's see how Sviatoslav Bazakutsa of Ukraine, who played an impressive game yesterday,
Yeah.
will deal with Nils Grandelius. Nils is, we can see that from the opening, he did pick an interesting line, quite ambitious for black,
Oh,
and white is not staying behind. He wants to
immediately going for this. Okay.
d4, bishop h3. Original way of developing, not most common when you go g3, but has probably has a direct idea, and black does also not want to stay behind in originality and goes knight a6.
Yeah.
So d5 and queen takes
And we have
d8,
an endgame.
and we switch to an endgame where suddenly black bishop also is not exactly on his usual spot, but now we can see that knight a6 was quite useful actually, because now knight d5 is not coming with a tempo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight e6. Okay, also a typical move. It did, yeah, very interesting opening. Definitely going f5 very quickly. I am again not very familiar with this one. I don't think it's a very common response to c4.
No, it's this line exists.
I know it does. I tried to play it myself and I lost quite quickly. I think it was against Yilmaz Mustafa. he said, okay, you don't know what you're doing, and I think in around 30 moves I could resign.
Yeah, that's usually when you push the pawns and then somehow white is able to hit them. It's not so easy to play further, but this is a very creative way,
Yeah,
and
sure.
I can say I'm surprised that Nils did play something interesting.
yeah.
Because he, in many cases, he would have many interesting opening ideas and sometimes also some risky stuff. So, Bazakutsa is up to a second tough test, because also yesterday's game was a test of creativity for him, and today it seems that we're very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we maybe move on to the next board, I have a questions in the chat. One question was, do chess players get nervous when playing in tournament or in an important match? And if so, what do they do to control the nerves? Well, that is relative, right? I mean...
No, we are robots. We don't feel anything. We're just androids who don't
play.
No, of course, it very much depends on importance of the game, of the tournament, as when you play on the highest levels, and obviously the value of each decision is very high. So of course it's more difficult then to keep your nervous system in good shape. But on the other hand, that's why we do play, because we want to be successful, and we want to be want to win, and want to be nervous in principle.
Yeah, I mean, we're all I think all humans are slightly addicted to these nerves, to adrenaline in general. We all do get nervous. I do have sometimes when you play an important game, I do have issues calming down. But usually when I start the game, the nerves go away.
Good for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Comes, in some cases it's the other way around.
Really?
Yes,
that
of course during the game. But the truth is that when you play for long enough, then you learn how to control, or at least you try to control the emotions.
You learn, yeah.
Yeah, of course, you cannot completely avoid. They even had to answer a question directly. They would have at some point an idea to check on the medical condition of players during the game. So they will. I think even at the last freestyle tournament, they had heart rate monitors.
I remember Magnus was having very, very cool heart tone, like in some end games. I think he was still 60, 70. And then I think Gukesh was above 100. No, Gukesh was one of the calmer ones, if I remember also.
Yeah, they differ. It's different from the situation, but generally, of course, strong players, they manage to keep the calm. That's one of the reasons why they are better than the others, that they manage to be balanced. Their nervous system is, yes. And of course, it also is a part of preparation to work on your mental health, on your condition in principle, and then basically that's one of the things which are very important. But yeah, to sum it up, I don't know anybody who is not nervous at all. That's almost impossible, and then it would mean that you don't care at all. That's usually these people don't stick around for long.
Yeah, sometimes when nerves get to you too fast, you probably should stop doing what you're doing, or you learn how to control them. Okay, but in this kind of scenario we have on the board, Maxime went for French again, so I'm not sure how are his nerves today, because when you go for French again and again, at some point your opponents will read you.
Well, yeah, but on the other hand, if Maxime's repertoire is quite wide, so generally for his opponents, it's not so easy to get. Even if he did try French once in this tournament, and it doesn't necessarily mean that he is gonna play it for the whole event. Also, we can say that Advanced French is again on the board.
Okay, we have a battle.
And
F6 immediately.
Slightly different version of this. F6 is one of the popular lines. And Bishop D6. This is not a move I remember. I know that there are several ways of treating this position. For example, knight takes e5 and queen c7 with an either c4 immediately or first rook e1. And there are some older games in this line, probably 2 games against Alexei Shirov in this line, and many more. Bishop d6 is not a move I remember.
It's not a novelty, but definitely not a common move. I will try to check 5 games that I have in the database. Actually, in 2025 there were 4 games already. Simon Williams versus Alireza Firouzja, I think that was online blitz, but still. And Tershakyan against Simon Williams. Actually, Simon Williams playing this often.
Okay. Yeah, well, interesting line. In general, I would expect some of the engines nowadays to suggest this move.
Yeah.
And knight takes d7 was wise decision, and bishop e3. And just now we could see Maxime playing c takes d4. We assume that white would take back with cd4, and then probably some development. Like knight f6, knight c3.
Looks like a logical continuation. And
gonna do a shortcut or long?
Oh,
no, maybe,
I think
maybe a short, yeah.
I don't think I need to exaggerate this time.
I
think I'm very happy. I don't have my bishop anymore.
You said you're happy with your bishop on c8, but now you're happy when it's not there.
If I ever had a bishop on c8, I would reroute it to g6, you know. So now I don't need to.
So the black did get rid of the main problem one of the big problems in French defense.
Yeah.
But well, so far it seems that black's novelty did or kind of a new move, or one of the less played bishop d6. It did work relatively well. I believe that black has good position, probably already equalized.
Yeah, probably. I would assume so. And while we move to the next game, I would just like to say the chat is singing praises to the cameraman, especially to the banana shot in Jordan's game. They said they want the shot for the rest of the stream. But sadly, it probably was not a Dole banana, so maybe if we switch, maybe we can find some player with Dole banana, and then we can do that.
I think your requests are becoming very, very specific, and for a magician like Etienne, it will be very difficult to start.
Absolutely.
But yeah, well, of course, it's very nice that we have other shots as well to not only purely chess-wise, but yeah, well, we will probably stick to our main menu here, and that's the next game we can see. It's Sulan Manli with black against Hassan Chalik.
Okay.
Another matchup, if I remember correctly, 2 rounds ago, Sulan Manli was also facing a Turkish IM, and actually this time it's not E4, it was a French defense, and this but this time it was C4.
Okay.
And 4 knights and D3. An interesting move. Also, if you go D5 and knight takes D5, you know, I can't fully resist, and we are back to one of my favorite disciplines. This is the Sicilian. Or classical Sicilian with the tempo up.
Okay, yeah.
E4, it's not so common for white black to do E4, but of course with the tempo up you can afford many things. And you can see interesting development. This looks like a typical Sicilian.
It does.
Yeah, it just really from different
with white
opposite
pieces,
colors. Yes.
Not with black, I guess that Celik really wanted to have a Sicilian on the board one way or another, and he just made it himself.
But it's an interesting choice because yesterday, if I recall correctly, he came up very prepared against Jakobson. He had this French endgame for quite with a long preparation, and then got in trouble, but then managed to sneak out with a draw. And today he took a different approach. Always nice to see that players are trying to come up with different ideas in the opening.
Yeah. I mean, they're both young, so maybe they have coaches helping them with the preparation sometimes, or narrating the lines. But definitely a very interesting idea with white pieces. So far, so good in my opinion. I wouldn't complain.
Yeah, I would probably take white here.
Yeah,
knight c5 simply, and just try to capitalize on or to take control for the c5 square and try to put some pressure on black's queen side, because exchange is not really desirable for black, I guess, on c5.
Yeah.
So let's see what we have here. Simon Lamaz, who today is with white pieces against Brandon Jacobson. A very interesting position we have already.
This
strategically.
Yeah, this looks like it came from a Nimzo or somewhere.
Yes, but it's not.
It was not.
Yes, I quickly looked at move one, and and I have to say that Nimzo does look differently. but I agree that the structure is very very similar.
Somehow similar. Yeah.
But I did suspect this line actually from black. Yeah. And there is this very paradoxical way of treating the opening sometimes, because black voluntarily gives up his g7 bishop. It usually suggests that black is up for maybe a little riskier approach strategically, but on the other hand is trying to provoke white a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you do give up this bishop, but this pawn structure from white can long-term be a weakness. Yeah, I remember also playing this myself sometimes with white. I was not complaining with it, but when you play an experienced player like Brandon Jacobson in maybe these kind of structures, yeah. Let's see what was his plan here.
Indeed.
Oh my.
He didn't want to castle, he wants to go to c7.
That was not the move I predicted.
Yeah, I guess on the other hand, it's one of the, well, I can say it's absolutely common ways to treat the position, but actually, in Nimzos, you quite often also have this king d7, c7 ideas.
Correct.
We have one big specialist of Nimzo-Indian defense playing this tournament, actually, Surya Ganguly, and actually, if I remember well, in his Nimzo course, he actually is he has several setups like this where he suggests going for this blocked structure. It's slightly different, of course, because also black has g6 already, but yeah, well, big room for creativity for both.
Okay.
Simon yesterday proved that he is not afraid to be creative, because the game against Madaminov was very interesting, and he had these two bishops against two knights where, well, I did feel that two knights are stronger, but yeah, it was a draw at the end, and let's see how today they will fare.
Yeah, definitely an interesting game. We will definitely come back to this one, especially because of the structure. But another game we were very curious about. Oh, what was this? Was Catalan with immediate 94? What?
Very modern way.
What?
Very modern way. Yes, very modern way of craft. Yeah.
You know, I feel like Polish people always have the newest way to respond to Catalan. At least in my experience, I always learn something from Polish players when it comes to Catalan. 94. Oh my! I haven't seen that before. I really haven't.
The setup with 94 became very popular lately. Black's idea is to switch to some kind of stone wall, which we actually can see that, playing Stonewall without risking that after d4, f5 something else goes wrong. So basically they get the Stonewall.
Okay, that's
95 and 97, and white immediately brings the knight to d3.
Okay.
Which is one of the typical Stonewall setups. And then the other one goes to d2, f3 quite often.
Okay.
The fight for e5 square is quite important, of course, here. But yeah, here also we have a very creative start of the game. 94. Yeah, well, we'll be looking up for this 94 ideas, but since this
recently,
it became quite popular. Well, it's logical because all those people who know Catalan very well, like you, they are very unpleasant to face, of course, because basically then you have to beat them on their own territory. So maybe that's one of the psychological reasons for Black also to go for it and to annoy his opponents by doing some unexpected stuff like 94. You see, even such an experienced Catalan player like you didn't really know about the ideas. So, well.
Okay, very, very, very interesting. I'm excited to see how this will develop. Oh my, I'm also sometimes learning what to respond to Catalan with black pieces. So, 94. Okay, definitely we'll look into that. But we can also see the two young players on the screen, board number 9, so just below the stage, but definitely on a way to make it
next
to the
stage.
Stairs.
Just next to the stairs. So they definitely would like to climb the stairs, at least one of them.
Yeah, at least one of the stairs.
Yeah, I guess that.
One
so
of the
let's see what
win.
is going on the next board.
Let's go.
Said Akbar, Said Aliyev, another Uzbek player. What did I say at the beginning? We will see more of these guys coming, and Ido Gorstein of Israel did play here last year as well, and he he's back on online boards. Here we have a little bit more common system, and that's this time it's Nimzo with bishop d2.
Okay.
The system which is actually also quite popular.
Yeah,
Black
played
did go
myself.
to bishop went for bishop e7 immediately. Not even
Not waiting for a3 to happen at all, but white still went for a3. Okay, followed by b6. Yeah.
Bishop d3, bishop b7, and now black's next idea is c5 usually, and now white is interesting. Sometime I don't think that this is very unusual from black.
I don't think so either. Maybe he's thinking about playing knight e5, and in case of c5 we go f4. So after knight e5, I guess he would need to know what happens after knight takes e5, followed by knight e7. But then, some interesting position.
Maybe you would need to castle at some
Well,
point.
not yet. No, I will castle when I want to. No, correct. Yeah,
Or maybe castle
castle
is
is probably the best move right now. I'm just, I don't want to push f4. That's my dream scenario, if I could do it.
I understand. Yes, that's actually one of the basic ideas of the
It's
position.
just castle. Okay.
Yeah, the white's ideas are usually then to push f4, bring the bishop to e1, h4, and similarly, like in London system, to start an attack on black's king.
Slowly,
Yes.
Slowly
But
surely.
so far, I think that they are more or less in theoretical territory.
Yeah.
So let's move further. Shadul Gagare, who yesterday had a very long maneuvering game against, I think, American player, Bryce Tiglan. Yes.
Okay.
And it was a draw at the end with at some end game, which that was a game which was developing very slowly. So we kind of came back to it at the moment when it was almost over. Today he is facing Etienne, a fellow Indian player.
Yeah,
And
Indian match.
we have Ragozin on the board. Ragozin, queen a4, check, one of the ways to treat it.
Oh, is taking on c4 one of the main ways to treat it, though? I don't recall that, at least. Let me check into the database. Actually, h6, if I also remember. h6 here being the most common way. Kind of bishop f6 forcing bishop f6, otherwise g5 is an idea. And
594, of course, yes.
And
Yes, this h6, of course, is the
main
hallmark
line,
continuity. Yes, it's definitely a main line. Well, now white has a choice. He can take on d5 or maybe play so e3. Lots of theory here. There are many ways for black also to treat this position. I mainly played h6. I think I don't remember dc4.
Absolutely.
I have maybe around
Me neither.
10 games with h6, dc4. But this may be an e3 queen d5. You can see that very direct idea. Not sure, but I may recall there is some suggestion of this line, but
this is kind of forcing, because I think, at least with the engine that I see, bishop takes f6 should be played here, followed by knight d2.
Yeah, knight e4 is kind of unpleasant threat.
Very unpleasant.
Bishop f6 and knight d2.
Yeah, and forcing bishop takes c3 and going b5 with black.
Yeah, it looks like risky for boss.
Oh, I like that. We do like that. We do enjoy it. Players take risk, and I would just like to mention time. Gagare Shardul with white pieces has spent 40 minutes, and it is move 10.
Yeah, but as far as I remember, he is also your fellow from your club. So he likes to. Also, yesterday they played quite slowly, but he's used to time troubles.
Yeah, no worries for him, and no worries for me.
Not yet. So we're finally getting to our first lady. Carissa Yip is with white against Mohidin Madaminov of Uzbekistan. And what do we have here? Sicilian with c3. Oh, I love these guys who are playing Galopin against me. Yeah, well, d5, one of the
Yeah.
two main moves.
Yeah.
Knight f3. G6, it seems like a small psychological game here, because, well, Knight f3 is a different move order. I'm not sure how much independent value it has compared to d4.
Okay.
But Black decided to check. So g6, d4, bishop g7. So this is one of the lines. I have to say that this is a line.
Are we unfamiliar with it? I mean, I definitely am unfamiliar with it, so I will use help of my book here.
I will check your knowledge of who do you think was a prominent Slovenian player who played Sicilian
Okay, I think it was Duško Pavasilić.
Yes, played his all his life. I did really kind of enjoy games against him when he always would play C3 against me, and actually this is the line where he beat me in Croatian League in a very good game, because I was trying to create some play, and I wanted to try to beat him, and then later I gave up on this idea. He knew his Alapin perfectly, perfectly.
You know, back in the day, okay, it was not long time ago, but chess was different in a way that you picked an opening, you studied it very hard, and you could play it for all your life. You could go for it the perfection, and I feel like today we can't do that anymore due to engines.
It became much more difficult. Definitely, that's true. And also, I guess that also in Duško's case, it was I think that one of the reasons he maybe wasn't so comfortable in a dynamic play. So basically, C3 looked like a very good fit for him, and he was almost unbeatable in this. It was very difficult to play him, and I tried several things, but not ID2.
Yeah,
I think that
ID2 is not common at all.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, bishop e3 is one of
common.
Yeah, so bishop e3 is one of the moves here.
Knight a3 actually would be the most common move, I think.
Knight a3, of course.
Yeah.
It leads to some. I'm not mistaken. There is a forced line.
Oh yeah.
There's like bishop knight f6, bishop c4, queen e4 check.
Okay.
Bishop e3. And there is some. How does it go? There is cd. No.
Castle, c takes d4.
Yes.
Bishop takes d4, knight c6.
Something like this I played, I think, against Duško, exactly. This is one of the ways how to treat this position. Knight bd2, an interesting deviation. Let's see what is the idea behind it.
Carissa definitely very well prepared. We talked about her. She came from World Cup, so definitely she did work on openings, and she won the Karin's Cup also. So
which was a slight surprise, maybe for some, but it did just shows that if you work hard, that usually sooner or later it's gonna pay off. And this was a perfect example for others, because she probably was not a top seed, maybe even could be considered as a favorite in the tournament, but just played very good there and won many important games.
Kudos to her. Kudos to her, and this is currently the position. We see her walking around, and cameraman was following her a bit. You can see actually her walking around behind her opponent. She feels comfortable after b4. She's not in her prep anymore, given the time.
It doesn't look so anymore,
But after b4, I think it's a big question, where does the queen go? Because your next move, most likely, if you go to e7, will be knight f3. We will be attacking the e5. If you go to c7, there's knight b5. If you go to b6, there's also knight b5.
Or rook takes e5. No?
When do you?
After queen b6.
d6?
Queen b6.
Sorry. I thought no. I said in this case.
This is maybe rook takes e5. Although some consequences should be calculated, but it seems that White can afford this. Can afford rook takes e5 here. Interesting position, definitely. Not always you get something like this from the Alapin.
No. I guess not.
And then we will move on to the next lady.
Yes.
It's Lumeoji. Yes.
Yes.
And then against David Gavrilescu.
Ooh.
David Gavrilescu had an easy game yesterday, you can say, because
Quick
it's some very quick draw with a quick repetition of moves in sharp-looking Sicilian. But today it seems that he's up for a bigger fight, because did pick up almost Catalan,
Almost.
but we
So
did
close.
see this line yesterday.
Yeah,
Yes,
I remember.
Ishik-chan played this against Garifulina, so we can assume that the source of the idea could be similar.
Okay, yeah. But
So,
you never know. You
yeah.
never know.
Well, usually nowadays it means that there is some recent course of on this line, and we just probably need to find out who
made
did
it.
yeah, who did it.
Correct,
It's an
correct.
enormous amount of opening courses, which is very good, of course, and you can it became much easier to study chess yourself if you really want to. Knight c6, cd5, ed5, b3. So what do we get here? Bishop f5, bishop b2, queen d7. So far, logical move, rook a d8. Black keeps an idea of bishop h3 in mind.
Yeah.
But
Slowly.
first brings the pieces to the game. I
Soft.
have to... Yeah, I like black actually here.
Yeah, me too.
And it's not that black's better, but somehow white's... it doesn't look like white's concept was
Successful.
very successful opening-wise. But of course, there were plenty of play ahead of us, and lots of things can happen.
Okay, probably he wanted to achieve specific pawn structure. He didn't want to go for d4 for some reason. I feel uncomfortable when I don't have d4, but that is just my personal preference, and maybe David has something else in mind. However, Lu Mioji being, like you said, comfortable, well prepared, has easy plans. We want rook e8, bishop h6, no threats yet from white.
Yeah, so I'm not completely sure how he wants to his pieces, and I agree with you on d4, because usually if you don't put your pawn on d4, then eventually black pawn appears there, and well, with the pawn on e2, it may not be such great news. Of course, if you can avoid it, then maybe white is fine, but black probably shouldn't complain about the opening yet.
Okay,
so
no worries. But
an interesting matchup. It's Maël Boyer, a local player who plays for Aix-en-Provence in French league against Lea Garifulina, and we see what e4 a6.
No, come on. Okay, so do you find this disrespectful, or does he want to transpose into some b5 stuff? Just
well, I have a small problem to answer this question, because I actually did this once myself.
Okay, and
from
what
a
was
specific
your thought process?
I can tell, but this was an exceptional situation when I played against my friend who we worked with, and we worked on opening back many years ago, and at that point I actually wasn't sure, frankly, what to play against him. So I just decided to kind of just
wing it,
roll the dice and play something. It's not the worst move in the position, but it's far from the best ones. The idea is okay. Of course, it's just giving white full control over the center. Maybe we mentioned that Lea is very well prepared. You said it yesterday.
Correct. Like I said, I actually played her, I think, 2 times, and both times I think she had 1 hour 35 on the clock on move 25 while I was on 30 minutes.
So probably it's your fault.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, so yeah, basically yesterday I told Mahel,
You
she's well
scared him.
prepared. Yeah, no.
Yes. Yes.
I'm so
No,
sorry.
maybe it's not the.
No, of course.
But,
No, she is well prepared, and of course, probably Mahel wanted to avoid some drawish theory. She does have her lines worked out, and he does maybe want to transpose to some e6, b5. Don't know what's the name of that opening. Could be also some Pierd, some
it
Philidor.
has some name, yeah. It has some name. I don't know. Was that? Well, generally, what happened afterwards is, for instance, after d5, you would get to some kind of French defense, where a6 is not the best, but also not the worst move here, and instead he did a6 b5 here. For instance, it's some sort of modern defense, but c5 is an attempt to transpose to Sicilian type positions. dc, queen c7, and queen e2.
Okay, I mean, white has no issues, I assume, but
Black does.
black has issues?
I don't see at the moment
Yeah?
how exactly that. Well,
What's wrong with bishop
yes, the
c5?
point is that after bishop c5,
Yeah.
I was calculating shortly this,
Oh,
and
like
I was
that.
not completely sure if it's any good for black.
Oh, because in case of knight d5, there's knight d4 very, very.
Knight goes to
black,
d6. There's no queen b4 saving check because of c3, and we cover the b2 pawn here.
So we have
And
to go
you-
knight h5, but that looks like
Well,
knight
this,
g8 maybe.
this looks
But
like
again-
an issue. Exactly. Yeah, this I don't like for black for sure.
And this is
Castle,
exactly
maybe.
what he's thinking, yeah?
Yeah, he's truth is that bishop takes c5 is not forced.
No.
On the other hand, what is
What
your
if-
useful move? Yeah, if you don't take bishop c5.
Mahel thinking right now, of course, he looks nervous. Talking about nerves before, he does look slightly nervous in this position. I would be too.
It didn't work out exactly the way how he pictured the opening part, but sorry, I didn't really address the disrespect
Yes.
part.
Okay.
I don't say. Well, generally nowadays it's very difficult to draw a line what is respectful and what is not, because when you see even very top players doing something similar,
But
like
not to
playing
each other, no? Mostly
Bomb
to...
Cloud.
Okay,
Really?
Bomb Cloud. Okay, Bomb Cloud was
And
the...
Berlin draw. Well, can we really say that a6 is disrespectful compared to a Berlin draw? It's very difficult. I mean, the morality in chess has made a big way since my childhood, so I wouldn't really say. Okay,
Yeah.
well, first of all, if we see after we see the result of the game, we can of course draw
Yes.
some conclusions.
Correct.
And it's risky, definitely psychologically very risky thing, but hopefully Mal does know what he's doing, and it was a calculated risk. But I wouldn't mind if he gets crushed.
I like this. Yeah. No, I hope it doesn't come from a way of disrespect. I understand a6 if you want to basically say, okay, which opening structure you want to choose first, and then I will adapt to you. If it's coming from that way, then it's all good. But if it comes from a disrespectful way, in a sense, I can play a6 and b2, then of course I would not like it. So I am also cheering for Leia to do her best.
Well,
here.
it's not nothing personal, but generally, let's say if I generalize it, whenever I would see e4 a6, I would kind of vote more for a white player to get this punished. On the other hand, we have to bring up maybe the most famous example of e4 a6.
Okay.
It's a game of great Anatoly Karpov, who is white, against one of the very interesting players of the past, Tony Miles of England, and he did play a6 against Karpov and did beat him. So it's very difficult. So much that depends on the result of the game. So looking back, if he wins the game, we can say that it was correct psychological
Move, yeah.
move. If not, then say like, okay, you got what you deserved.
So maybe he's channeling his inner Miles, yeah?
Well, see.
We
Hopefully he
don't know.
knows who Tony Miles was, but because the younger generation, I would not
Yes.
always suspect them to know chess history,
Yeah,
which
that's
is well, it's again back in years since it would be unacceptable not to know chess history for us as youngsters. But today, maybe, well, let's say, why would you know? What was his rating?
Yeah.
Just I would get this question sometimes when you say like, oh, did you know? I don't know. We'll bring up some name, maybe not a world champion, and so, but what was his rating?
Yeah.
It's like people didn't have ratings yet because
Yeah.
there were no ratings, and so like, oh, but how do you know he played well? So this is what we sometimes have to face. So let's see, we gone a bit too far from
Not too
for
much history
A6,
today,
yes, but well, definitely one of the games to watch for, and I guess maybe one of the potential candidates for an upset for today's round. So next board we have Liu Yan of China against Nitish Belurkar. Nitish was a player who yesterday opted for relatively safe approach. He was a guy who made a quick draw against David Gabrielescu. Let's see what it brings him today. Today he is black, and it seems that he
Oh, I feel like I have this in my files as well, because sometimes I do play C4.
good files.
Yeah,
This is again F5
Yeah.
and knight F6, D4, E4. Okay, yes,
Yeah.
D5. F4 this is because
I think so. Let me also check if what does it say here. Yeah, bishop b4 I think was of course the most common way of playing. Let's see what the opening theory says. D5 has been played, yeah. Followed by bishop g5.
D takes C4.
D takes c4 though, again, okay, second most common move, bishop b4 of course was usually the plan, and okay, after e3, bishop d6, I don't think that's a move though.
Yeah, it seems it's not a move because for various reasons, and one I can see in a text that basically he played bishop d6,
Yeah.
white played bishop takes c4, and now black played bishop b4.
No,
So,
no.
Look, if you want to go bishop b4,
Yeah.
then just
Play
do
it.
it immediately. And losing a tempo in such a sharp position
No.
with black in such an opening. Also, time suggests that he was not really ready for this particular line.
Do you want to guess the evaluation of this position? I saw
So
it.
this would be plus 1.5 or 2.
Yeah, it's +2.
I mean,
It
this
moves
is like
9.
look. Well, on the other hand, you play a very aggressive system with black, and then you lose a tempo like this. Usually doesn't end up well.
No. This you cannot play chess this
Bishop
way.
b4.
You cannot play
What's
chess
it
this way.
really only? On the other hand, I have to defend black a little bit because it's quite obvious that in such situation, just didn't see anything better here. And indeed, if you look at the position, what else? I mean, not that I'm a fan of bishop b4, but I also don't see many other moves which would be looking good.
Yeah, I think that taking on c4 was already a bit dubious. Let's say we should have probably played bishop b4, and after e3 you could have just castled.
But,
It's again
shaky. Yeah, this is what is the biggest danger of such an aggressive system for black, because if you don't know what you are doing exactly, you may end up in a big trouble, which black is apparently at the moment.
huge pickle here. Huge pickle. I don't know what the best move for white is, to be honest, but I even assume if I castle, I still +1 at least, yeah.
It's like queen b3 looks good.
Even queen b3,
interesting. Yes, I mean, I don't know. There are so many. Yeah, castle looks very logical, and with quick f3, just undermining the center. Well, this looks very bad for black.
Yeah, definitely something went wrong here. Yeah, don't play these kind of openings if you're 100% sure if that you don't know them, and this is exactly what's gonna happen if you're unsure or you don't know what's happening. I feel bad. I feel bad for black player.
It doesn't look very promising for him. Also, he doesn't look very happy.
No.
So
let's move on quickly. So if you will.
Board 16. Mohamed Anis is playing Bryce Tiglan. We have much calmer situation here. Looks like what did you say? Yes, it's did transpose to
some close
Grunfeld G3.
Queen A4 immediately. Wow.
Yes, it happens sometimes.
Sometimes.
I guess you have some experience with Grunfeld with G3.
Yeah.
Played this with black, I guess, as well.
Yeah, I do sometimes, but very rarely, mostly with white pieces. And I would opt for bishop g2 first, and then, okay, we have some options to take on d5, play knight d5, or a4 also I like very much, followed by queen b3.
a4 is a fun line, yes. But queen a4 is one of the ways to trick this position, because like this, white avoids all possible dc4 lines where you cannot quickly take back. So there is, for example, something like that, and dc4, and then knight d4, knight d6 idea. So maybe white wanted to avoid all of this, so instead went for queen a4. And the second idea is to do this before before bishop g7, because like this, black is not in time to... black's main idea of the setup is to take back on d5 with a pawn.
Yes.
Which is not so easy to do when your pawn is pinned.
Absolutely.
So here black can do something like knight d7, for example, and to go knight b6. But this also requires... Well, the knight on b6 is not perfect. So this is one of the ways how to treat this Grunfeld line from white side.
Okay.
I did play queen a for a couple of times, but so that's why I know a little bit about this. But and the motivation of white player at least. So black decided that he doesn't mind. So Grunfeld it is, but just a regular way. And bishop g4, knight d2, castle, knight a6, a3, queen c8, and knight e4.
94. Yeah, this looks like a very unnatural move. I don't see what does he want to do with this move.
I guess that his idea is just to prepare his bishop getting out and rook c1.
Simple.
Because maybe he was worried about some c5 ideas.
I could understand that.
And I think Mohamed Anis was a player who drew Nils Grandelius in round 2. Yes, that was this bishop's game. Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Just he has a different shirt today, so.
Okay, there's so many good players. First of all, here over 200 top players, above 200. And it is very hard. There's so many grandmasters, so many international masters, and some of them are making their way back to live boards. Some are new, and you have very good memory to recall them all. I, however, struggle slightly sometimes. So I apologize sometimes if I say something that was incorrect.
Well, just some bad habits from practical preparation. It's just to remember some names, and but just we don't have as many boards, so it's 16. It's not little, of course, and the number is also quite significant. But of course, when we have an option to, we see some players already for second, third time, so there is a chance that we will remember. So maybe on last days it will be difficult, but we'll see.
Absolutely.
So would like to point out, till we are there, we can see on the left side of our screen a banana, and that's a different one. And yes, I think that yes, and this is Nitish banana, but I'm not sure that he will have time. Like the things are going, he may not be in time even to have it today. but well, maybe he will surprise us that he's gonna survive this opening scare. So we made the first quick round of today's online boards.
Yes,
What do you think?
top 18
Should
boards.
we check on the first boards, or you?
Actually, I'm sorry, I actually have to say I want to go on a coffee break and we will do it, but I just see H4 on board number 1. And when I see H4, I have to address it immediately, because this is exactly what I expected from London system today. It was either G4 or H4. I was unsure that it was going to happen, but now that it did, we have to check it.
Sure. Let's check, and it's board 1. Yes.
Yes.
So, but if we don't check board 1, then 97. So at this point, Mendonça did spend some time, and not 94. You said is a main theoretical move.
Yeah.
But 97, which is also quite the typical way to. Rook C1, but we can see that Pavel is playing rather quickly, so he most likely is aware of.
He was probably aware of 97. It's like you said, it's a typical idea, so I wouldn't push it past him. Let's see how. Actually, he did spend 13 minutes for Rook C1, so he did have to recall or find a plan, because it's kind of concrete, as you can see. Queen A5, yeah.
Yeah, black gains a pawn.
Yeah.
And King F1. It's already a sign of H4 in the area. Queen takes A2, H4, sacrificing a second pawn. Can black be so brave to take it on B2? Well, maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh my. I just see a line. H4 apparently not being the most, and also somebody in the chat pointed it out, not being the best move. The best move here for white was knight G6. Which is also a typical idea once you leave your bishop unprotected. So let's see what happens after knight g6, bishop d6. Rook c8, apparently a terrible move, because bishop a3 traps the queen.
Wow, that's an idea. Okay, and that what was supposed to do?
Black needs to take the pawn on b2, sacrificing an exchange. For example, bishop f8. Knight f8, and then let's say rook c2 or something interesting.
A beautiful motive. We can show only one small detail, that after knight g6, of course, black cannot take on f4 because there is an intermediate check on e7, and then white collects on f4, and also the knight is not trapped because the knight takes c8 is possible, maybe even immediately after king h8. So knight g6 is a very nice motive. It's a good thing to remember. It may become handy at some point, but I think that can I blame you for Pavel playing h4?
Yes, and we have a dancing banana around on the board.
Wow, that's an improvement. That's
surprise from Etienne, actually, dancing banana. So yes, if we cannot see it on the screen, we can see it on the chessboard. I love that from Etienne. Thank you so much. H4 definitely blame me for it. I wanted it so badly that Eljanov played it a bit too fast. He could have played it after knight g6 as well. Still, I mean, very interesting. This is 0-0 by the engine. I would not. I mean, come on, come on.
Yes, H4 and 0-0s. Definitely, what is not 0-0s is situation on the clock, because Pavel is a good half an hour ahead. He did spend only 15 to 20 minutes to his moves till this moment. And we can see that Mendonça is already quite deep into this position. It's going to be 20 minutes after h4. And, knight g6 is still in the air.
So he's probably thinking, can he take the pawn, or does he have to go into defense mode? Maybe queen a5 back, queen d8. I feel like with h4, it's very easily some knight g5 can come very, very quickly, or g4 even. I am so excited to follow this game, but I think we deserve our first coffee break of today now, after finishing all 16 games, plus going back to the first one. We're quite quick today. We are getting warmed up.
Yes, stay tuned, guys, because this looks like a very interesting matchup on board one, and definitely another 15 we will be covering after we come back from the break.
Yes,
See you soon.
And welcome back from the break of round 4 Trophy Dole taking place in Pasino Casino, actually above one. We did discuss already in the previous rounds of beautiful playing hall, all black with great air conditioning. But while we were gone, we also got some coffee and we have some development in some games, Sergei.
For sure, we're gonna start with board 1 because we were very curious what happened after h4. And Mendoza did take his time indeed, before
Yeah.
coming up with knight e4.
Okay.
And now it seems that it's Pavel Eljanov's turn to go deeper into this position.
He did spend 25 minutes exactly, so a lot of time, yeah, for this move.
Definitely, you can relate to something like this,
can,
yes.
yeah.
But now Pavel is catching up. He's already on 15 minutes for his next move.
Oof.
Sometimes, considering the fact that with the help of engine we did see kind of the motive of knight g6, that maybe it was worth spending this time a little bit earlier, but maybe he was just too tempted to go h4. It did seem too natural to go for it, and after knight e4, of course, now knight g6 ideas are not present anymore.
Yeah, the bishop is now sadly protected, and even if we take on e4, it doesn't do much. We don't want to give this d3 bishop. Usually wouldn't be a plan, but I would look at something like knight g5 though.
Yes, definitely knight g5 is something to look for.
F6,
The question is what is f6? Yeah, the point that I wanted to mention that f6 most likely is black's next plan in any case, because he wants to get rid of this, going back to original plan to get rid of the knight e5. Well, in any case, if we would expect a boring encounter on board 1, we would be completely wrong.
Yeah, and also my line is not finished. Knight g5, f6, queen h5.
Could have expected something
Coffee,
like this.
coffee does things
yes.
to me, you know. Of course,
h5.
you could argue
Can I
about
go
h6.
h6?
You could argue about h6, but now I want to move my e knight somewhere. Don't know where. No, g4 maybe. Maybe g4. G6 maybe. Maybe also g6. I want to give something up, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite visible that
That we're
trying to find some complications, but maybe working well for you. But maybe
you know what? I also just realized queen b2 is not only a threat of attacking the rook, but queen f2, which is something that I didn't think about actually, to be honest.
Queen b2. So that you are going to sacrifice something, but after knight g6.
Yeah, exactly. After here,
yeah, that's
queen b2 seems a bit forcing rook c2, but then queen b1, king b2. Yeah, I don't see a mate yet, but I have to go for it, you know.
Yeah. Oh, this is a good demonstration of white's attacking options. But well, on the other hand, we have much lesser responsibility doing this. For us, it's all quite easy. We can take back moves. We can suggest ideas which don't work.
It's nice.
Very difficult for the players, of course, to.
And I just see we have double camera on the screen actually.
Split camera.
Wow, we can see both players being focused. Who looks more nervous to you?
None of them.
None of them? Okay.
No, I think that both are kind. I would say that maybe Mendoza is a little bit more concerned. Well, Pavel is much more experienced.
Yeah.
We mentioned that he is one of the players who used to be on top of the world Olympic champion.
Yeah.
Usually people we did discuss a bit of nervous state when you do play. So I would say that his experience gives him some advantage here because he has been in difficult situations. So I guess that it's nothing which would surprise him too much.
Absolutely, absolutely. I agree with everything you said. And in the meantime, I tried to check if knight g5 works. Knight g5, apparently f6 is not exactly the best response because of knight takes e4, d takes e4. And you can play bishop c4, or you can play rook e1, knight c4.
Ah, there is this motive. Okay, bishop c4.
Or rook a1, forcing queen b2 and knight c4, but taking the bishop on d6 as well.
Yes, this looks like a pleasant surprise.
Very interesting lines, but of course this is still in the lines of equal, in the evaluation of equality. And after knight g5, black needs to play bishop takes e5 to say that he has something.
Very complicated position.
Crazy.
Definitely lots of things to complete. I'm not surprised that players are consuming a bigger amount of time than usually.
Yeah.
Now you can see that Pavel is already, he has spent more than 20 minutes on his next move, and it doesn't seem that he is ready to play quite yet.
And also, not only on the chessboards, I think Tour de France already has some things happening. We have an attack by Jumbo-Visma as well. We're updated everywhere. You know, we are in France. France, we live the culture.
Laura is multitasking big time here. I will stick to something I know
Let's
plays
go.
little better, and it's well. Let's see what happened meanwhile in Bahadur Jabava's game against Samanaditya. Will remind you that opening went very creatively, but knight b5 was faced not by e5 but a6.
Interesting.
And black decided to sacrifice a pawn like this and go e5 now.
Wow.
Knight b3, queen takes d5, and rook g1. White doesn't mind losing his right to castle on the king's side, and does hope that he may be able to do this on the other side of the board. Bishop d6, d3. I feel that black did miss out a little bit on his compensation.
I agree.
Not completely sure why didn't he go e5, but maybe there was a reason for that.
Yeah, let's actually see where black went wrong. Apparently,
was e5 very good? Actually, I don't remember if instead of a6.
Yeah.
e5 is the main line?
Yeah, e5 is exactly the main line. You're absolutely correct. Knight b5, though, it was the only response. Bishop g2 was the right move, like you said, yeah. And e5 was the best move. a6, second best one. Still black slightly better, so compensation definitely there. And the wrong move was actually just bishop d6. That's simple.
You probably had to develop the bishop g4 or something.
Oh my. No, you will not guess. a5.
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 Okay, that's far from obvious.
This is really not obvious.
So then, of course, we cannot blame black for not coming up with this idea. But now he will have to face the consequences. He's just a pawn down. Also, time-wise, his situation is not great. I think, and as we all know about Urwell, that he is already very confident at this point.
Yeah.
And
absolutely.
well, still some compensation from black side, of course, not that easy for white to finish development, but he could have. Black could have treated this better. And we have just a small update. Pavel Eljanov did play your move knight g5, yes?
Yay!
So now it's a very difficult task for Leon-Luc to face this unpleasant strong move. I didn't do well with f6, so let's see if he's gonna any better. Yeah.
I think this is so difficult. f6 seems so natural, especially if queen h5 doesn't work, which it doesn't.
You said bishop takes e5 is the only way.
The only way to respond. Otherwise, white is better, slightly though. There's not much of an advantage. But if you're 2 pawns down, basically after queen b2, you know, and there's a slight advantage for white, that means something is happening. I'm so happy that Eljanov went for knight g5, and
Yeah, well, you did suggest knight g5 like half
And
a
h4
minute,
also.
and you did spend 25 minutes rechecking.
Yeah.
So
He
maybe
maybe
a
sees
good
something
idea.
better
Yes.
than we do, but Pavel Eljanov, I mean, the X-27 player, if he goes knight g5, I would be shaking in my boots.
Knight g5 is definitely not a pleasant. Not a pleasant
Wow,
position
yeah.
to treat for black. So let's see what is on board 3 when Jordan had the king h1 idea early in the opening. Patrick Cieslak of Poland keeps a perfect score until this round and played queen c7, rook c1, knight b5 is an idea which it was too obvious for black not to see it. So a6, a prophylactical move, knight d2. Finally, we
Yes.
get this idea. And black did go for g5, releasing the tension a bit. H takes g3. I always always consider fg3 in these positions.
Okay. I do understand that you do. Not my type of play. Would knight g4 be an issue, followed by f5?
Most likely, I didn't say I would always play it.
Yeah.
But my idea actually was here, knight takes d5 is possible.
Would it
Maybe.
be? Would that be possible? Really?
Queen d6.
Yeah, let's go.
Tricky stuff.
Definitely so many tricks.
Maybe yeah, but the f6 is protected too many times. Maybe it's not working that well how I would have hoped.
Very interesting, though.
Yeah, in general, of course, f takes g3 is not the most natural way to treat this position, but I just have personal preference, yes, and sometimes to do some
It's
unexpected
actually
things.
better than h takes g3, so you know what?
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're just
so,
right.
but this is, knight g5, this is your type of position. For me, it's like rather this f take g3, some small positional risks.
Okay.
g3, so knight e8 happened, e4, d4, knight takes e4, and black returned with a knight to f6 now, suggesting that...
That seems a bit wrong, actually.
Well, yes, and if he wanted to, why did he go knight e8 in the first place?
Exactly. I think he wanted to play f5, and then he changed his mind. I mean, of course, you go knight e8, you want to play f5.
Yes, here, yes.
And why not to play f5? What stopped him? I'm curious.
A bit d5? I want to catch up with your knight g5. Admitting that a bit jealous, trying to show my tactical skills if there are any left.
Wow. Okay, so if I take on e4, you take on e6, and take on
exchange.
d3.
So this is it was a good exchange for me, but maybe it's not. Wanted to combine with some queen b3 ideas. That maybe starting with knight d5. Do start with knight d5. I understand that I'm probably overdoing bits, but who can stop me when I have a mouse in my hand?
Okay.
Queen d6. Yes.
I'm scared actually.
I'm very happy I can, in case of need, I can take all this back. Yes.
Can you? I take on d5, yeah?
No, I mean take all this moves
Yeah,
back.
okay. that you can.
Yeah, maybe that's a little bit too much, but it looked promising. No?
Oh, it does look promising. I guess he was afraid of something. Maybe not even d5, maybe also knight c5, maybe knight g5 still.
There's some queen h5 ideas, but it didn't seem to work.
No.
Yeah, I thought that here black knight is just in time to cover. Well, hard to say why f5 was not played, but knight f6. Knight f6 is also a logical move, but I would feel that white should be doing fine here somehow.
In fact, white can go f4 himself here. Of course, with the help of engine, I can see that. Without help of an engine, d5 is also an interesting alternative to...
d5.
Yeah, very interesting, right? d5, how do you respond?
If I take with a bishop?
You can take with the bishop, and after knight d5, you have to go knight d5 and knight g5. Hello, hello.
Ah, knight g5 again.
Yeah, followed
we
by
can't-
queen h5.
Can't get rid of this move.
No, it's just my move today.
Yeah,
With
knight
help from
g5
Sergei.
is definitely move of the day
Yeah.
on first boards. If we live up to knight g5 on
Wow.
Bahadur's board as well, we are not sure because the
Not
knight
yet.
on b3 is too far. But
Not yet.
yeah, a nice line. We can see, of course, we can see so much more with an engine, but
Yes.
but d5 is definitely
Wow.
there as an idea. F4 seems to be a little bit
Yeah.
more logical. F4 was trying to
Human way.
open the position and bring the rook to and use the fact that black did weaken his king's position by playing g5. Big risk on the black side here. Patrick Cheslak
Wow.
is really going for it,
Delicious.
but yeah, I guess that as Jorden is not against. And let's see how. Actually, I'm quite curious on board
Okay.
number 4 for board number 4 because I wonder, Liang, we had the position after the opening where we did feel that that his opening choice may not have been the greatest one, but your idea with c6 did materialize
Okay.
the board. He had to
Typical,
move
yeah.
the queen to c7. And white is aiming for f5, I guess. Yeah, the knight is going to g3, and we can't actually very Philidor structure in a way.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
But good version of Philidor for white.
We very comfortable. Again, this bishop is working, the knight is working, the queen is active. Knight f5, yeah, always unpleasant.
Black is holding on, of course. There is not much of direct threats from white, but just can go knight d4 now.
Oh, you know which move I think I saw here by the engine was g4.
Wow.
It's not number one move by the engine. There are
But
many
it's
better
number
moves
one
than
move
this
for you,
one.
I'm sure.
But it
Yes,
is
G4.
exactly because I think black.
I like
You don't have a lot of ways to respond. I think you might have to play d5 here with black. So if d5 works, it's okay. If it doesn't, then knight g3 f4. Yeah.
Oh, and just I'm sorry to interrupt because G4 looks very interesting, but just a quick update on board 1. Pavel Eljanov, after knight G5,
He went
my
f6.
move f6 happened, and knight takes e4, d4, bishop c4 is. No, did he play bishop c4? No, not yet. No, it's
okay.
my line actually,
Here-
or is it the line which I entered. After d4, white is thinking now.
And he also has the banana next to his name, Dole bananas everywhere, bringing luck. Here he has two options, bishop c4 or rook a1 followed by knight c4. I think both of them, I don't have a very strong engine, so by this engine both of them are around of equal strength, around almost plus 0.50. Maybe stronger engines would say a bit lower advantage, but definitely an exciting moment, because after rook a1 you give up another pawn, queen b2, and after knight c4 you have to go queen b5. Yeah,
That seems to be.
and then
Bishop
yes,
d6, ed3, still quite complicated.
Very.
Now white has exactly the reason why he's considering his options, that he has a choice of moves. So let's jump to the next one. Another quick update. F4 happened here as well.
Wow, so many exciting games.
Actually, at the moment, very interesting things. We're still waiting for G4
I wish.
from
I
Abdi
wish.
Salimov, but it could be there.
Could be.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we should also check, of course, on the other guys, and much
Yeah,
less
let's go.
excitement, unfortunately, on board 5,
Oh,
where Sviatoslav Bazakutsa of Ukraine is playing Nils Grandelius. Well, less pieces the board, but maybe some interesting structural things going on. Let's quickly update what happened since we left this game. Bishop f6 was the last move we saw. Knight d5, knight e7, as it could be expected that black is willing to trade this bishop, but bringing knight to e7, supporting the pawn on f5, knight b4, king d2, knight g6, bishop a3 using a tempo, and getting rid of this knight from b4. Knight e1, bringing the knight to c2. Interesting positional battle here. a3, well, not much of a choice for black. B takes a3 sooner or later should happen. Probably is considering rook d8 check first.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because the truth is that after b takes a3, in case of rook d8 check, white would have a square on c3.
Exactly.
So maybe that's the reason why Nils is taking his time before taking on a3, and probably will insert rook d8 first in order to disrupt the coordination of white's pieces.
Yeah, and I have to say kudos to Svitoslav. So far, I think he's been almost playing a perfect tournament. Okay, yesterday's game was chaotic, but even that, he managed to find a repetition. And today, so far, I think a perfect game by him.
Yes, he's playing well. Not a big surprise in principle that the young players, they are capable of course, performing extremely well. Maybe we don't know this name so well yet, but yeah, definitely one of the guys and contenders for a success at least in this tournament. And of course, it's very early days, but we have to remind that this tournament is one of the, by my point of view, one of the best ones to try to get international norms, which was proved last year, where several players did fulfill requirements for a GM norm, and IM norms, of course. So, and we should not forget about our ladies who can also gain international titles or international norms in such a tournament.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I would consider Bazakuta one of the biggest contenders for a norm, for a GM norm, but of course there are many more, and still many rounds to go. But otherwise, they would generally they would get enough titled players, enough federations usually. So that's one of the reasons why lots of players, young promising players, will want to come to play chess in Aix-en-Provence. Let's check port number 6, and it's Maxime
There's more
Lagarde.
drama here.
Maxime.
He just sacrificed the pawn. Well, not sacrificed for long, but let's see exactly what happened. So he did short castle. He didn't put knight on f6, but to e7.
To e7.
Okay.
Of course, logical alternative as well.
Yeah.
Aiming for f5. So did Willie appear on f5 afterwards? White had to protect the pawn on d4. And to get rid of this bishop.
Yeah, I would not recommend it usually for white, right?
There was not so much of interest. He didn't like the ideas of knight takes e3 hanging in the air, so he decided to solve the problem once and forever. But e5, the breakthrough. The idea of black is that, of course, we cannot take the piece. It's rook f1, discovered check, and then the queen on g4 is fine.
Yeah.
So, of course, after bishop e5, now white has to solve the new situation.
Some issues, yeah. I mean, I don't know if white feels comfortable here. d4 is a threat, kind of.
Okay, there's always there's never late for panic, so we can start with rook d1 first. And maybe to move the knight somewhere like e2.
Yeah, I'm trying to find even more tricks. I was thinking about rook f4, just calculating nothing. It doesn't work yet. I'm just trying to include some interesting lines, maybe, because I know.
I'm quite calm. You cannot bring your knight to g5 here, so I'm not that afraid here.
No, definitely. But after rook d1 seems like a natural response. I just don't. Why do I feel like something is wrong with it? Maybe just my imagination, to be honest.
It doesn't seem that white has too
many issues, yeah?
many other
Okay,
options.
how about
I mean,
bishop c3 and then knight e5? Knight is coming to c4. I don't know.
we'll move the
I cannot
queen.
put it on g4, but g5, but okay.
C4 is also good enough.
Let's see.
Okay. If wait, oops. When you go
Ah,
to
yeah,
C4,
correct.
you cannot
yeah.
go to
Now
C4
C4,
quite
yeah.
yet because queen takes C4.
No, cannot do this, yeah. Okay, not so simple actually also for black.
Yeah, well, E5 is definitely an ambitious approach. On the other hand, it's also quite a responsible thing to do when you open on the center, you weaken your D5 pawn. So, yeah, we would expect Rook D1 to be there very soon. And let's see also how the others are doing meanwhile.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the game between Celik and Suleymanli is
Normal.
has gone to a little less excitement than we would expect. The end game seems to be quite okay for both sides. I guess that Black can be happy that he survived the opening stage
Of the Sicilian.
without any big problems. And White did go for a knight c5 plan, but delayed it a bit. Knight c5, knight e6, and some exchanges happened.
Okay.
Many exchanges, actually. Well, king e1 I would expect to happen next, and then still pretty much
Looks
equal.
equal, yeah?
Yes, it looks like
Okay,
equal.
we can maybe jump to the next game then, because the king is on c7 and queens are on the board.
True, and it's Simon Lamas against Brandon Jacobson. We did leave the game around here.
Yeah.
And White did go for
exactly.
h4, king c7, knight g3. And White castled long. Also moved his king to safety.
Nice.
To a1, and well, some maneuvering is going on here. Knight h6, f3, g3. You can see very slow play from White, inviting Black to change the structure somehow, which I'm not sure Black is willing to do. Probably something like Rook a f8 is gonna happen. Yeah?
I don't think Black is in any rush to change anything. I think he's the one that's going to be pushing, first preparing Rook f8, Rook g8. White has no attack on the queen side, absolutely none.
No.
At least I don't see it. And that means if somebody's in a slightly better position right now, that's Black, right?
Oh, well, also this positions may be very tricky because once the center opens, the significance of Black squared bishop may become very big. So Black also has to be careful not to allow opening the center in some kind of suitable for White way. So Rook f8. Rook f1, and White may prepare f4 at some point.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be sure. Yes, I wouldn't be sure. It's a very dynamic. The position is very unclear. I would say maybe that could be around equal, but also
Who's
lots
gonna be
of
first, yeah?
lots of fights ahead of us.
I just want to say in the background in the camera I saw a game finishing, and it was actually board number 15, if you remember, Jan Liu against Nitish. And I think Nitish resigned the game quite quickly after we left it off. Let's see what happened.
Let's go quickly. See, there was this bishop d6 and bishop b4 move, and White castled, and after taking on c3, queen d6, f3. That was one of the plans actually we suggested, that opening up the center and quickly going after Black's king, Rook e1, just very straightforward.
So easy.
Queen h5 check and knight g6, a small tactics at the end of the game. Only 17 moves. Well, an easy game again, but this time Nitish would not be that happy. Yesterday he most likely was okay with a quick draw, but today he also had a quick game, but with much worse result. So good game by Liu Yan of China, and he's definitely moving deeper onto online boards.
Very, very good. I mean, I would not say really, I mean, the game was good by white, but it was just such a bad opening by black. I think just a terrible day for Nitish. I'm sure that he will come back, bounce back, definitely. I have no doubt. But when games like this happen, you kind of start doubting yourself when you already make such a mistake in the opening. Depends on the player.
Just a bad day, and just a bad day, and that can happen to anyone, of course. But hopefully this is not gonna be anything decisive for Indian player, and still many rounds to go. So he still has a room to catch up with lost ground.
And also an update in Tour de France. Pogacar has beaten Vingegaard by 2 seconds at the final line, which is nothing much, but of course very good resilience by both.
Very similar to a draw in chess. In current tour situation, I guess this is more suitable for Pogacar. But let's not go too far from. We know where are you from. We know where are you from, of course, and we understand that it's very difficult to concentrate on anything when Tour de France is going on. We also, of course, Tadej Pogacar is one of the greatest sportsmen of not only your country. So,
but I do have to say the line where they go and it's close for France. They went through Montpellier, which is 2 hours away from Aix-en-Provence. So that's why maybe I'm in such a spirit today, but definitely let's go back to board. Which board shall we go to? So board between Sava, the Tokhin, and Christoph Racek. Ooh, what is that?
Stonewall? Still Stonewall?
But some rookies on 8-6. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to improve his Stonewall by some attacking chances. Of course, one of the motives is Queen E8, Queen H5. First, of course, he will have to solve the situation of his knight. Where to put it? F6, D6.
Where do we go? D6 would usually be the place to go. However,
you might go E4. That's so tempting.
Yeah, but even if I go to F6, this is a tempting move, right?
Yeah.
He went to D6, by the way. I think he just moved it.
Yeah.
And let's see if E4 is a very challenging response. I think after E4,
looks very interesting.
Yeah, actually, it does look quite intriguing because this, I have no good response after E4, to be honest. The queen, okay, I could play Queen E8, for example, maybe, I don't know.
Ignore me.
And let's say that I completely ignore you.
Okay, let's say E5. Well, I'm not sure that Queen H5 is so much of a threat, or I don't, if you can ignore me, I can ignore you as well. And after ED5, even if you try to attack me with Queen H5, H3.
I mean, I could argue for at least something. I don't know how much I could argue for. No, but it's always an issue. I feel like my pieces with black are slightly misplaced,
Yeah, when you ignore people, this happens. I think that this definitely is Queen E8 is not yet possible for black. I guess that E4 definitely is on the list of candidate moves for Sava Vetokhin. And we can see a T-shirt of Christoph Racek, and maybe that is a hint why he went for Stonewall. It says resilient. So what else would you play? If you're just play a Stonewall. This is logical connection. You have to be resilient to play Stonewall.
Yep.
Otherwise made up very bad.
Absolutely. No, okay, definitely E4, like you said, this looks like very, very challenging. Actually E4 is +1.5 almost for white, yeah?
Only?
You thought it was more?
No, I'm kidding. Of course I would.
It's very uncomfortable. It is very uncomfortable. So far, good for Sava. and he's thinking
Oh,
as well.
some interesting developments also in the game of Saidaliev against Gorstein.
Okay.
And that was Bishop d2 Nimzo. And White didn't go for knight e5. Well, I did expect Black to go c5 quicker than that. But he decided to spend the tempo on a6. Fine.
Okay. Let's say. But see now knight e5 happened, forcing kind of taking on e5, otherwise f4.
And White exchanged the pawns
on
d4?
d4?
d4 for h7.
Not recommendable usually.
But there is a direct idea. Probably he
is,
just wants to go
For checkmate.
for a checkmate. Yeah.
But when you cannot play knight g5, you know, I have doubt that it's gonna be successful. Sava has pushed e4. Yeah, Sava played e4. Okay, yeah, f4 now on the board.
Rook f3.
Rook f3, not queen d1, but rook f3 you go. Okay, knight c4, rook f3, g6. Huh?
Bishop takes. What do you expect from me after 3 days was here?
Yeah.
Of course,
Gorgeous.
need to get some spirit of attacking. But well, actually, we got rid of h7 pawn.
Yeah, that's true.
There should be
That's
something
true.
in it for us. So I believe that Black
Actually-
may not be very comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, after knight
Should he do?
c4, rook f3, let's see what is the only move for black. I think... Okay, this engine is not the best one, but apparently g6 is the best move, because the problem after bishop g6 is f takes g6, and queen g6 is queen h4.
There is a problem, of
On the
course, that
g5.
I have no time for this because of rook g8. But there is, and queen h7. Unbelievable.
Yeah, very unbelievable.
Okay, this is hard to believe. I thought that bishop e1 is solving the issue here. I saw queen h4, but not queen h7 here.
But instead of taking on g6, you could take knight d5, apparently.
I could, but I didn't really see that.
Nobody does. I mean, the problem, black pieces are now completely miscoordinated. And after knight d2, we start with rook h3. And after king g7, now we take queen d2. And apparently g takes f5 would not be good.
Looks dangerous.
Because of rook g3, actually.
g3, king...
Where are you going?
I don't know. And queen e2 is also coming.
Well, rook king h6 apparently being the best move, and now you have to go e4.
e4, yeah. That's it. But once you arrive here, then you would play e4.
Really?
But maybe...
once you arrive here, yes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the biggest problem is to get there and to believe that there is something.
But, I mean, black is definitely struggling here. Knight c4 probably the only move. After knight g6 again, rook f3. Yeah, it's
black is in a big danger here, and so we can see that sometimes exchanging the central pawn for h pawn may not be such a bad idea, and each rule has an exception, so this may be the one.
Wow, very interesting games today for sure.
And we are to the next one, Indian duel of Gagare against Etienne. There was this challenging line from black with queen d5 in Ragozin. Bishop f6 and queen c2, not knight d2, but queen c2 happened. a6, knight d2 only after this. And white wanted to collect on c3 with a queen. That was a big point.
Yeah.
e5 started. This is an interesting position, of course, because it's very double-edged, I would say.
Yeah.
White did sacrifice a pawn, but I'm sure that he has at least some compensation here.
d5,
Yeah, some ideas like d5, knight e7.
And do you think just e4 or f3? e4, huh?
e4.
Even though f3 also doesn't look so bad,
yes, f3 is interesting as well. Chasing the queen doesn't make sense.
Immediately?
Yes.
Oh, you want to chase me immediately? Okay, and queen f2.
Yes, I wanted to.
I hope
But
I'm
you
not
can. You
lost,
have
yeah.
a good square on h4. Yeah. But
And that's why I went
Yeah,
next.
94. Yeah, 94. Yeah, f3. F3 looks good. I agree. Here, f3 looks quite good. And yeah, I'm not sure if black can castle even here, because castling long is connected with some risks.
Lots of
Because white pieces may appear very quickly.
Out of nowhere, yeah.
Very close to black's king, like
Yeah.
knight d4, knight c5 ideas.
No,
Don't
no.
like this for black. Black's hope, of course, is a little bit on the clock side, because Lagarde is already close to 20 minutes. But yeah,
I just have to say, in the previous game between Saidalio and Gorstein, we actually have knight c4, rook f3, g6.
oh, let's see if he finds knight d5, because that's not an easy move
Not
to
at
make.
all.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and on the other hand, missing an idea after queen h4 is quite possible, as I demonstrated myself quite convincingly. So let's check on Carissa Ip.
Yeah, let's go.
And here are some interesting developments as well. We left after
I'm
b4.
confused, yeah.
We left after
Let's
b4, queen c7, and knight b5 as a move you mentioned as well. Queen c7 and knight b5.
And now we take.
Rook takes e5,
Yeah.
knight d7, knight d4, tempo back, queen c7, and rook e7.
Okay, a lot of passive moves by black, to be completely honest.
And again,
Whoa.
a hit, rook f7.
Rook f7.
And bishop takes f7, and white bishop
Couldn't
is
take.
untouchable because of queen b3 check.
I have to have some coffee for this.
And after king e8, most likely just bring some reinforcements,
Even
like
bishop a3.
yeah,
oh
bishop
my
a3,
God.
and probably even with b5 and rook e1 ideas could be a decisive problem. And black didn't really risk all this and went king h8, but this is quite hopeless. No, it's just 2 pawns down.
Yeah, and there were some moves played after that as well. After king h8, there was knight
Bishop
f3.
knight f3, queen f8, bishop d5, and knight f6.
That's
So
fine.
we have several, but it's just 2 pawns up without
Any compensation.
any compensation. Yeah,
And you can see on them on the screen, Madamino, yeah, he's hoping. He's hoping for some stuff, but
there's not so
Carissa,
much.
wow.
Yeah, she is in full control of the game
And focused also.
Yeah, it seems that she understands, of course, that her position is close to winning.
If she wins, she's on 3.5 out of 4, which will bring her to stage tomorrow, most likely.
Yes, that's
Which is
a
amazing.
big chance. And let's check on the game which we left not long ago, is how it seems, because the developments were not so significantly visible.
Yeah.
Rook,
A6, we saw rook c1, a6, yeah.
I think rook d8, yeah,
Was the
rook
last
d8
move.
was the last move. Rook e1, white moved the rook to
E1.
e1 in order to be ready for bishop h3, so it the bishop a6 and rook c1, bishop h3, bishop h1, queen f5. And
Okay.
white has decided to sacrifice an exchange, we can see, by playing knight c5 here. So the idea is that after bishop e1,
Yeah.
I'll probably
What's
have to
the idea?
collect,
Yeah. What's the idea is the
most
question.
likely is
Knight b7, no? I know, first maybe
b7
we
would
start
be-
in bishop f2, yeah? Mhm.
Yes, I think queen takes e1.
Yeah.
And I'll have to collect this and trying to get the pawn on b7.
Okay, that's a very interesting way of playing this position. I wouldn't be so confident in
Why
giving...
did this happen actually? Bishop c3.
Why-
Why was he unhappy?
Yeah, what's wrong with bishop c3, yeah? So simple, I like it, but apparently
Knight c5 looks risky.
Gabrielescu feeling adventurous today. Let me check the evaluation. Actually, black is better after bishop takes c1, yeah?
Yeah. Well, little. It also did seem to me like somewhat bluffy.
It does look like a bluff. However, okay, after queen e1, black needs to find the only move, which is queen c8.
Okay, but then it's allowing bishop takes f6,
Yeah.
which
Which now it makes sense.
yeah, structure-wise, it doesn't really look so so tempting for black. So maybe the knight c5 in a way can be justified. I'm very curious what is going on the next board.
Okay.
I got it fully now. We left Maelboer questioning his opening choices after queen e2, and he didn't want to go bishop takes c5, so he accepted the fact that he's gonna be pawn down.
Oh my!
And will seek some compensation after cd6, bishop d6, g3, knight bd7, knight h3. White finished developing pieces. It's just a healthy pawn up. Of course, black has certain activity, and it may not be so easy for white to convert, but she is just a pawn up.
He is just a pawn up, yeah. At the end of the day, okay, king not being, of course, the safest, but safe enough to convert. Eventually, apparently, engine thinks it's around equal, but in practical way, I prefer to be a pawn up, yeah?
Yes. Definitely prefer to also
quickly let's go to our last live board, because then board number 1 there's a queen missing if I saw correctly, so let's see what's happening here.
So knight d4 was the last moment we saw was in Mohamed Anes against Bryce Tigwan game, and d1 knight b6, and black did win a pawn. White has some activity and has to prove some compensation here, but yeah, I'm not sure that there is much of a compensation. Just pawn up.
Where is it?
Last two games we see pawn up situation, and I think that there is even less.
Okay, there's this bishop pair compensation long term. I'm saying we don't see it yet. Maybe he's hoping for some, but yes, like you said, nothing. Absolutely nothing. But there is something on board 1. Let's see what
let's
happened.
go quickly to board 1. What is going on here? Why is the queen missing?
Yeah.
Rook a1. All right. Yeah. And here I remember that you said that queen takes b2, knight c4, queen b5 was the line. Instead, he went to queen takes a1.
Oh my!
Sacrifice the queen.
That's a very interesting way of playing chess, but he's
Don't give up your queens.
Kids.
That's not a good way. Not very practical.
Yeah, authorized personal only. This is now the live position after knight d5, so let's count the pieces. Queen 4, rook and the knight. How many pawns? 2? Okay, 1. Not even one.
No, it's a cool one.
Not even one pawn.
But d3 is quite strong, and he does hope for white square strategy. So somehow, well, d6 pawn of white is maybe not that strong. I mean, compared of course to d3, and if he manages to get bishop d7.
Okay, it actually, I mean, Leon Luke has a point that he would try to exchange his knight for a bishop, take on f4, and then hopefully develop his pieces in time. I think he cannot develop his rook and bishop in time. I think if Eljanov manages to stop that, I don't know how, because I turned off the engine. but
we feel it's like this.
Like, okay, first move I thought about was queen a3. Because you
a3.
Yeah, I want to take the d3 pawn without any issues, but that does give up my bishop, and it does allow bishop d7 as well. Don't know, yeah, like queen d3, rook f4, for example, and I'm not sure if this is what I want with white.
Also, the question is that if I don't
you also
do
need
this
to,
directly and rook c8,
for example,
just quickly. Try to play for some activity.
Yeah, I think you do manage to play for some activity, yeah. Like king g1, you would exchange a pair of rooks. Probably, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So maybe not so simple. Eljanov, as we can see him on the screen, grabbing his water. Of course, he knows he's better. Well, probably winning by the engine. I think it's +2 and something.
There are many moves. That's probably the only problem for white, that he has a very big choice of options. Queen d1, for instance, also is possible. Queen a4
Queen a4
came
I
to
like,
mind.
yeah. Mhm.
Queen a4 with sneaky d7 idea.
Yeah, exactly. I want to go queen a4.
Also, it doesn't
allow
allow
bishop
bishop d7. Now,
I think
that was
it's
a
important.
positional idea. I mean, of course, it loses control on a d3 of a d3 pawn,
Yeah.
but it's not going anywhere because d2 would always be met
Yeah.
by king e2 in the worst case. So queen a4 looks, yes, I also
but knight
did-
b6, let's say that black wants to develop this way. Queen a4, knight b6, okay, I can go queen d4, but bishop d7. Is bishop e5 enough or not? I just
No, I
want to
take a pawn first.
And rook c8?
c8, and I just do your stuff. King h2.
Uh-huh.
Handy h4, luckily. So no, this doesn't look like
Yeah, queen
complication
a4
is-
is the best move. Also, queen d1, queen a3, all of these moves are good. But queen a4 I like much more because you stop bishop d7. Okay.
yeah. This looks very promising for white, but of course, still some compensation may occur from black side. On the other hand, also time-wise, the situation is very comfortable for white. He can really invest some time in looking at the options here and eventually finding queen a4.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will let him be. He has more time than his opponent. And we can move on maybe to board number 3 between Jorden and Patrick, actually, because I see there's a queen on h5, which can be slightly unpleasant. I don't know for who, for white or black, but probably black.
Yeah, let's see what happened after f4. Knight takes e4, knight takes e4 and f5. Finally, the idea we did mention.
Finally.
And queen h5.
This is how they exchange.
This is the way. Right, so now white can take a pawn on f5 with a check.
Why don't we do it? Because of
G5, sorry. It's then queen g7.
You think queen g7 is the problem, not king f7?
Bishop takes f5. There.
Oh.
I thought that then...
I was hoping I have some rook h8 and then queen d6 or b6. I'm not sure. But maybe.
But
bishop
also there,
g6.
bishop g6, bishop takes c6. Now, not sure you can be in time for mating attack
Okay.
this
So
side.
queen g7.
Queen g7, yeah, queen g7 should be. Maybe that's one of. I'm not sure. I need to check to change them, but definitely here he will spend some time calculating. Also, there are ideas of inserting something like d5 here. Maybe risky, but
I like it.
I want to collect on f5 afterwards. Can be also an option to consider.
Oh my.
In any case, yeah, white should be better here. Now he is just picking of his options, and he did pick something else. He played rook e1.
I don't know if it looked like he was shaking his head or he was maybe just writing down the move like that. Well, maybe he was unhappy.
No, I don't think so.
No,
You know,
okay.
if you make a move and you're rarely, unless he
course.
blunders something and realizes immediately, but no, I don't think so. Maybe queen g7, actually.
Yeah, I think he just wants to take on e6, yes, and no matter what. So queen g7, I take on e6, I take rook
That's
f5.
good. Yeah, there is a problem. There's a problem also that rook e8 is not possible because of queen takes e8. So let's just show this quickly. Rook e6 and
You can
bishop
start
c4.
with this as well, yeah.
Yeah, and queen takes e8 is definitely bad news for black.
Yep.
So rook e1 may be also a solid option for white to continue. Let's take a look to von der Leyen,
Yep.
and G4 didn't happen.
Aww.
G4, unfortunately,
There's pawn on G2.
for our aggressive viewers, didn't happen.
And just a second. There was a draw. Okay, we will go to this game after we check what's happening on this one because I see a lot of red moves. So let's first go to this one.
Knight G3, modest way instead of G4, and the Bishop G7. Bishop got exchanged. We keep structure. Both sides are.
So
Black is trying to come up with some play, but D6 is always going to be an issue. And after Knight D4, White will kick out the rook from E6, then try probably to triple on a D file, and then bring the knight to some better spot than D4. Maybe Queen D2 straight away, and then Knight F4 may become a threat. Still, prefer White here.
Yeah, I think we we all do if we had to choose a side. And also we mentioned tripling. When we would like to triple on the d5, we would probably prefer the queen on d1, yeah? Or do you want to have it on d2?
Yes, generally yes, but on the other hand, there is Queen d2 has an additional idea of Knight f4. Well, that's what I did like, and probably instead of going Knight d4, first Queen d2 and then Knight f4, and that's actually creating immediate threat to take on d6.
And okay, in this scenario, I was thinking if Black could play d5, but I don't think so, right? Because also the rook is pinned on d8, yeah?
That's the only question, if d5 will ever be possible. Of course, d5 is one of those typical motives which would bring Black in good case at least at equality.
Yeah.
But at this point of time, I don't believe that d5 is gonna be possible, because as you mentioned, the rook on d8 is hanging, so White may ignore it for a while and play something like Queen d2 anyway.
Yeah. Okay, so, correct. Yeah, I just wanted to check with the engine if d5 is the best move. Of course, it is not. It doesn't work. Okay, so we can move on to board number 11. I think it finished in a draw, but that game was actually interesting because after long castle, we did like white and d5 we saw, yeah, and just rook g1.
d5 Knight a7 happened, and they repeated moves after Knight a7, and they repeated moves after rook g1. Well,
I have to be honest, after Queen takes h2, White has a beautiful move, and it is d6. Because Knight e4 is then extremely strong. Extremely strong, and I think Black has to long castle here. Imagine long castling into d6.
Yeah, this looks quite horrible.
It's +3.
+3, quite a lot.
Yeah, and after d takes c7, king c7, rook h1. Now we're saying that the queen is trapped. After queen f2, knight e4, yeah, good enough.
Yes, probably that could be something which, d6 is not an easy move to spot in this version of events. So, of course, he may have seen that, but also, if I'm not mistaken, he was short of time, already approaching some time trouble, and maybe spent too much energy on previous moves. So, sometimes you want to be practical, and if you don't see the right continuation, you understand that if you spend more time and not repeat the moves, it may also end up in trouble. So I just decided to go for a safe draw, because it didn't see the d6 motive probably, and that could be one of the reasons. And also we don't know how comfortable White was in this situation. So
if I had more time, like 40 minutes, I think I would calculate quite. I would want to calculate d6. Of course, first the move needs to cross your mind, which is the first question: did it or did it not? But now that I see it, it looks gorgeous.
Well, the thing is that maybe it's not so easy to grasp the fact that the queen cannot go to g2 anymore. after d6, and he
Yeah.
takes c7, because there is a small psychological effect when it's called a residual image, that basically when the pawn is on d5 for a long time, that even when you move it in calculation, it's still kind of the spirit of the pawn is still on d5. So maybe that was one of the reasons why it didn't, because otherwise also like it's a couple of pawns up.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
yeah, it's
you're unsure,
not so easy, not so easy, and definitely would have happened if a white player would see that motive. But
By the way, Liang played d5.
did he play d5?
Oh
You
my.
are on a roll today. You are guessing all the moves left and right, right or wrong.
Right or wrong,
Yes.
I mean, I just suggested it, Liang. Please do not listen to me. No, he's
Probably
obviously not.
after you finish the stream, you should try maybe to go to the casino and try your luck, because you are guessing today almost everything. So
I should. That's actually a very good suggestion. I don't know if we'll have enough energy to go for it, but definitely an interesting plan to go for.
yes, and queen d2, white was not impressed by d5. Queen d2 using the pin, and actually knight f4 is coming with a big force. Not sure what I wonder did miss, but the position looks very annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I can psychologically understand d5. On the other hand, you have to calculate
A lot.
extremely precisely.
Do you think he wanted to take on e4 and after rook d8 to take on f3? No, that looks
No.
a bit weird, huh?
But knight f4,
Knight
there
f4,
are not
yeah.
so many threats.
There's no checkmate on the e1 because there's queen on d2.
fg2 is king g1 most likely. I'll just ignore it. Maybe he wants to move the rook somehow and force white to take on d5 a couple of times, and then try to block it. But
Wait, what about knight e4? No, I cannot play
Here?
knight e4.
Knight e4?
Yeah, knight e4. No, I take first I take on e4, take on f3, knight f4. I play knight e4.
but knight e6 is a check.
Oh no!
So,
Oh,
So
You
I
destroyed my
would,
hopes.
yeah, I would believe that that would be enough to get something. No,
Yeah.
I would assume I would expect something like d8.
yeah,
Because it forces white to take.
Take, yeah.
Maybe knight f4 first. Not sure. Or you can do it.
I wanna take immediately to c, no?
No. How?
Why not?
ED, CD? How?
Yeah, I take back. You wanna take knight d?
Yes.
No, I wanna take knight d5.
The thing is that knight cannot really go now after
Yeah.
ed5, cannot go to f4 because there is a queen e1. And but maybe he can go here. That was my problem.
And after rook e7?
And now I probably can do cd5 and
And
collect
then
it with a
knight
knight.
d5. Yeah, you cannot open the e5 because this queen e1 would be checkmate, of course. But
Or maybe I can start with cd5.
you
Even.
could, yeah. you
And
could,
knight
yeah.
f4.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have to go for exchange
Yeah.
sacrifice, but that may not be
Success.
enough. Yeah, sounds like e3, for
No,
example.
I don't think. I think, yeah, like you said, I think Liang missed something in his calculation. When you go d5,
Oh, but you are not supposed to miss things if you want to go d5, because that's a very responsible move, a very responsible decision, and yeah, well, that's your. It's essential, absolutely, to not to miss any serious opportunities from white.
well, yeah, but very, very interesting that he went d5. I'm slightly surprised, but okay, let's see what else we have going on different boards. Which one should we go to?
We have an update, or more precisely, no updates on board one.
Yeah. absolutely no.
Pavel is considering his options. Let's check on Badur, or
Can
you
we
have a
check
better
on,
suggestion?
Yeah, can we check on Sava? Because I see rook on d7 and king on f7. Sava
Okay.
Metokin.
Yeah.
I haven't checked what is happening, but this looks...
What is happening? I have a suspicion what is happening, but yeah,
Yeah,
let's see what happened after e4.
Okay.
d4, and exchanges on e4, and just knight f2. The knight is coming to e4 or g4.
Simple.
Takes bishop d7, knight e4, rook a d1. Just a simple logical chess from white side. Bishop e5, a nice move which forces black actually to take. Rook takes d7.
And this is now the live position. And how many moves will this game last? It looks like not too long.
Yeah, this is quite unpleasant for black. I would believe that it's in big trouble here, and it seems that the stone wall against Catalan is not that good.
Okay, that's what
looks so.
So 94, I will not play seeing this game.
Maybe you should improve
Black's
play from this game.
Yeah, so being resilient, it didn't help today. But okay, you know what? Salve Tokin is very strong. So we see a move King e8.
Which looked well. Salve was a bit surprised by this. We saw last year actually we did follow his facial expressions sometimes, because it's interesting to watch players in action, and he definitely grew up, matured a bit since last year, but yeah, his reactions to events going board are quite famous, so we could see that he really
is emotionally invested.
Definitely, and I know that many players they do express their emotions, or not necessarily as expressing the emotions. Sometimes it's just a mask when you hide your nervous state, or basically just react to some things. I know that I myself did this quite a lot during my chess careers, and that people would tell me that it's also very interesting to watch me during the games. But actually, I had no idea, or basically wouldn't really remember that anything special, but it
happens. I think also I do the same. It just happens. We are so much in our own heads. We don't know how we act when we calculate. Like I said, sometimes I sing, and hopefully nobody has ever heard me sing during the game. But you never know. Yes, these things just happen.
No, but at least nobody told you yet that that they heard you singing.
Yes. I mean, I've heard that, for example, when I was struggling, that at some point I just do like this, like. What am I doing? And you could see that I'm struggling, but okay, we are all just players.
Let's say also criticize yourself during when but I mean, because this happens that in case I miss something, I sometimes then I kind of not only this, but I would pick a language in which I would like to tell myself how big of an idiot I am. And I think that in this case, one of my experiences that Balkan languages are extremely good, and very colorful and very imaginative, and I actually do this sometimes still when I miss something bigger. Then some very unpublishable things come up.
Not say them.
But luckily I never did this aloud, seemingly. So at least nobody complained. Jordan's game is interesting.
Okay.
Some sacrifices. Sorry for interrupting, but
let's go for them.
Some sacrifices. Finally, Queen takes g3. Queen takes g3 seems like ignoring White's idea of rook e1.
But don't I just take when he's 6? Yeah, and now...
He did.
Okay, but then he didn't play bishop c4, but he
took on f5.
Which seems good enough. I mean, there's almost checkmate on the board. Queen h7 is a big threat. What can black do? Rook e7. Yeah, rook e7 might be one of the rare moves I can play. What happens after queen g6?
Queen g6 is rook g7.
Yeah.
Because this
Yeah.
is a motive we know from a different game of today. But
Yeah, no, but then I play Queen e6 though after King g7. Rook g7, sorry. Queen e6 is a very important move because you cannot play rook f7, bishop h7.
This is a correct way
And
to
this
treat
is
it.
how you win.
Well done. The precise way. Remember this, guys. Don't give her any chances to attack because she's gonna mate you. And she doesn't even need the knights to go to g5. She can do this with queens, bishops.
Just 3 pieces.
Yeah,
just
just
give me 3 pieces.
I remember there was a saying which some of the players who were very good in attacking play. Then the wise advice would be don't show them the king. So hide your king.
Hide your
king. Yes, but not really going on here because it seems that Patrick Cieslak's king is very deserted. I think that all the pieces somehow decided that he can take care of himself, which is not the case. And it seems that even using
Look at
a
him.
chewing gum may
Banana.
not be helping. Actually, this is for instance a big difference to my times, because this would be in my times this would be considered, if you ask what disrespectful is,
Really?
this would be considered disrespectful to chew a chewing gum during the game.
Really?
I mean, you can do this, of course, for a short while if you want to, I don't know, fix your breasts or do this. You are not a football player. You are not a basketball player. You are not supposed to chew chewing gum during, or I mean, eating. It's the same like eating during the. It's the same, no?
That's true.
I mean, It's not very nice. I mean, there were players. I remember there were many players who would do this, or not many, but some players who would do this. There was a very strong female player who had this habit, which was probably not intentional, but I guess, I mean,
really
was
cool.
not. I think Polish player was. Well, she was, but I understand that it was more of a nervous reaction, and I guess so that it was not intentional. But in any case, nothing to.
No, I understand. Yeah, it is. If it does disturb the opponent, it is disrespectful. And if I would be annoyed by my opponent, I would definitely call an arbiter because it is illegal to chew and it's loud.
True. The problem is that it's not always punishable because I mean it's up to the arbiter. In the way actually even this happened, but in this case I think that Jordan is not gonna object. I think that instead he is gonna try simply to finish
how
off
do
his.
we finish it up though?
You tell me. You are a mate master
Okay,
here. So
bishop h7 is followed by king g7, and I don't like this, so I might have to pick a different route. Queen h7, king f8, queen h8.
yeah, it's considered. But is it a mate? Because king e7.
Yeah.
Because king f7, yes, this is bishop g6 or something similar. But king e7?
King e7, exactly. Here I wonder, if this is enough.
f7
if this
may
is
not
enough.
be enough.
And after queen e5, maybe it's not now. You go to d8 in worst case, yeah?
No, queen is on g3. Yeah,
sorry, even that, okay, I cannot even go. So this is what I have to consider first. But I wanted to bishop e6, I wanted to do.
All right, yes.
But I don't know if it works, bishop e6.
It works, yeah. Bishop e6 you can do, but first of all, king g7.
Yeah.
And,
which is
no, you cannot do this. Rook f6, no, this is working.
Yeah.
This and king h2 you have. That works because king f6 is a mate. But
what
is this?
Rook e6, and then the king h8, and suddenly I have to.
You have a repetition if you want, but
I have to take on e6, but that doesn't give me much, because there's queen d4.
Yes, and here black.
And I don't want that.
No, not really.
So I don't think there is checkmate, but can we win material somehow? Okay, what can I do? What can I do to make your life hard here. As you can see, Patrick looks quite nervous to me, so I think he knows that he's lost, but...
No, he is not.
You don't think he's lost?
Maybe he's not.
No, come on. No, what seems the most natural to you? To me, Queen H7
Natural,
looks
I already
natural.
gave up on natural, but I'm just looking for some ways
Okay.
to proceed here. But this is also not convincing, because rook f6 is just king f6. Check, king e7, yeah. So what's
Yeah, absolutely.
But you mentioned
let's
bishop
go.
c4
Yeah,
here, right?
Why didn't we go for
But
that?
maybe there is king g7. And now it crossed my mind that rook h8 suddenly like a counter attack.
Correct.
Yes, but
So this was necessary, and rook f6.
then maybe
It's a nice response, actually. Oh, why does bishop e6 not work? Come on, it would be so beautiful. No, I think... Do we think that if I just go queen h7, queen h8, queen a8, I cannot win? Probably not, yeah.
no, definitely.
At
Like
the
I said,
least, yeah.
at least a perpetual.
At least, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. Wow, okay. No, I think this is winning. I'm pretty sure this should be winning. At least that's what my intuition says. I don't know if that means anything, to be completely honest. But I don't know, how do I win? Okay, I think... struggle.
Problem, of course, is that if we don't have time for slow moves like, I don't know, rook f3 or whatever else.
Yeah. No time because
If go for
queen h1.
rook's endgame is not really what we want, right? Queen h4, this is clean. It looks like a clean draw.
I'm just gonna check. Okay, maybe yeah, this is actually 0-0.
Yeah, I don't see it.
No.
But was the rook e6 a mistake then?
No, it was always 0-0.
Unbelievable.
Queen g3 was a good move.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I would be.
No.
I can
No,
feel.
no.
I can feel with Jordan here because
No.
it's very difficult to believe that this is not winning.
Okay, let's. I'm just gonna check her line because I'm very curious what happens if I just take an a8 rook. But yeah, just rook h6. Yeah, correct. Okay, no, this will be probably a draw. I'm so sad about this.
Well, but a good defense for Czeslaw. We underestimated his chances, and they were higher than we thought. Let's leave Jordan to deal with the situation, and we can check board 1 because that's the most important board at the moment. And yeah, we have some progress there. Pavel did play queen d1, not queen a4, but queen d1.
Oh.
One of the moves which were logical. Bishop d7, queen d3, more or less one of the lines we did expect. But queen d2, not king g1. Knight takes f4 and rook f5. Wow, there's some activity of black then.
No, this is exactly what I was afraid of when I allow bishop d7, because now that there's no bishop on the board anymore, there's this always the fear of Zugzwang, not Zugzwang, but fortress.
Yeah, that's always around. Of course, on the other hand, if white manages to consolidate, which I'm not sure exactly at the moment how to do, but king g1. Also, I'm not completely convinced about queen d2.
Oh yeah, that's also correct. Yeah, let's actually. I'm gonna see if the
king
engine
g1
says-
here.
Yeah.
King g1 seems to be a normal way to proceed. And just then
No, queen d2 was actually
Yeah,
very
king
very
G1.
fine.
king g1.
Yeah, king
happened.
g1 here. Yeah. Okay.
Rook d5, queen will move to e3,
Yeah.
and yeah, the resulting position should be close to winning, to be close to winning
Okay,
for white.
some work to be done, but I think yeah, queen a7 is good enough. Also, rook is coming to h3 if we want to. And king is safe. He played rook d5 yeah.
immediately.
Okay.
Well, he is also relatively short of time. 15 minutes. Still move 25 at the moment.
Okay.
So let's check for some more developments elsewhere.
Yeah, I just want to say in board number 4, Abdi Malik versus a wonder. After queen d2,
Yes, rook d6.
rook d6 happened, yeah, and now, yeah, not rook e8, which we thought that it didn't work, but rook d6, because now knight f4 is not an attacking move.
On the other hand, black is not threatening anything
Anything,
yet. Yeah, because d6 is still hanging. Maybe rook d4 now.
Rook d4, wow.
I like rook d4 exchange.
Actually, rook d4.
Because there is f4 threat as well. Suddenly, f4, e5. And knight f4 I still keep, or knight c3.
Okay.
So I'm gonna win a pawn in...
Anyway, and if I go g5?
I don't want to go g5. Knight g3.
You don't want to go g5, yeah, too many
Appearing
weaknesses.
to f5.
Okay.
Only if you want to finish the game quicker. So g5 should be advised, yeah.
Okay.
No,
Knight
I guess.
g3 though wasn't the
Knight
point,
g3, what?
which is not a good move. After okay, rook d4 apparently was not a good move either because of rook c6. I don't exactly know why.
And knight g3. Knight g3 is the same idea like rook d4, f4, e5. And he also has some queen g5 ideas. Part of that.
Yeah. But again, rook c6 apparently extremely strong response. The point is, I guess, that you cannot take 25, yeah? You just take everything, there's checkmate on c1.
Yeah, knight. Well, rook c6. Still not threatening anything. Yeah, I mean, rook is pinned, but maybe it's also not so easy for white to make progress here.
Yeah, after f4, just queen c7, apparently, yeah?
Very, very calm play by Engine. Who
Insane.
would have expected calm nerves from the Silicon guy?
Okay.
So we have a development on Van Foreest game, but it seems that we are heading for to a
Oh, this will be a
repetition
draw.
and the draw.
We can move with the camera to, yeah, Jordan, because I think they will claim 3 move or repetition, or just, yeah, on move 30, look at Patrick looking at Jordan and still chewing. Yeah.
And draw a great...
Patrick will be happy with this, definitely. I felt like he was struggling a bit. And they're already discussing the game. Yeah, it was an interesting game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that from the very beginning, quite a creative approach from Boss. Definitely a very good result for a young Polish player. Yeah, so he keeps his chances for a good result, and possibly a norm very much alive.
Yeah,
and we haven't seen Bahadur for a while.
Let's go.
So yeah, it seems that our predictions that he will castle long, a very difficult one to make.
It was an easy prediction.
Yes, materialized strangely, and actually Black did finally go for this b6 h5 a5 idea. White started his movement on the king side.
Okay.
Some queen h3, and well, we are heading maybe towards a time travel. What do you think?
Yeah.
Black is already there.
Yeah,
Black.
almost, yeah.
Yes.
But also Badur thinking for a long time. He's usually a quick player. He usually is up for 30 minutes, not down. Of course, he's not down, but he's very close to being time travel, especially because it moved 20. Yeah, definitely very interesting game ahead. But I just want to mention that Carissa Yib won her game. She did make a very, very easy transition from these 2 pawns to an almost checkmate.
Oh, let's go
How did it
quickly
happen?
through that. And
Let's see,
just
very, very
protected,
quickly.
and c4 is
easy. So simple. Huh?
yes, Well, I'm also extremely strong with 2 pawns up.
Yeah.
As one of my strongest.
Especially with the king open, yeah?
Yeah, no, this was.
Yeah.
I think that both players
And-
are quite happy that the game ended already because it was clear for Black that he's not gonna bring home any points today.
Yeah, no, very, very good. Wow, impressive play by Carissa Yip. Very easy looking game. So tomorrow, hopefully, on top 8 boards on the stage, and also Sava Vetokin has won his game in the meantime. Of course, we did expect that. Let's see how he did it. Yeah.
And rook takes h7, just easy picking up the pawn. G4, Black tried
Last try.
some tricks.
Last try.
But rook takes h6, queen h6, queen e4, centralizing. Yeah, just crashing through queen takes e6
Yeah.
and taking everything what he sees on his way. A good win for Vetokin. Black's opening concept didn't work that well, but yeah, well, maybe he will work.
Yeah.
Works this out a bit, and then we'll come back stronger.
And these are the results so far. So we have, I think, 5 results so far. Yeah, and before the time trouble, I think we deserve our break.
And just one small
let's
thing.
go.
Look at this.
Okay, which one?
Knight takes d5 happened.
Oh my God, he found it.
He found it. He did spend his time here, but he found knight takes d5.
Oh.
Such a killer move here.
Exactly.
And
the
actually,
engine line.
he went
He
for
found
this.
D4?
No. They are sorry.
no, this
It's
is
our
okay.
line. G5 here is a position
Yeah.
on the board, but they are very close to e4,
Very
and
close.
we will see after the break if our prediction that once you arrive here, you will go
You
for
go E4.
e4. Let's see if I was right here or it was one of my numerous misses.
Oh my. Yeah.
But for now, we really need to go for a small break before we come back for some more action till the time troubles. So see you soon, guys.
Yes, you.
At Dole, we take great pride in our variety of ideas, fruit, and flavor. Behind our leading banana and pineapple products, our fruit line includes other tropical gems, such as mangoes and dragon fruits. Dragon fruits, also known as pitaya, are deliciously low in calories and high in vitamin C and fiber. Our diverse selection of mangoes is available year-round from different farms around the world. Rich in vitamin C, mangoes support your skin's collagen supply. Check for ripeness with a light squeeze and refrigerate peeled, cut mangoes for up to 5 days.
And welcome back to round number 3. You saw a great advertisement right here for Dole, not only bananas, but...
Yeah, in case, guys, you are allergic to bananas or anything else you don't like about the bananas, or you are already fed up with mentioning bananas in our streams, so there are also mango, dragon fruit, everything possible. So we are now, of course, back into live action, and we start with a game where Saidaliev with white pieces was in very promising position against Ido Gorstein, but he almost made it to the position we did here now. And now it's a threefold repetition. It basically is well, it's a technical thing now. They call an arbiter, and
how did we get to here? Yeah, we first, let's keep the cameras here, but I just am curious, how exactly did we not win this?
This was a key position, and we did consider rook g3, king h6. Was this happening in the game? Yes, and this happened in the game, and here actually I was wrong again.
Oh, no.
As I said, he would find e4 if he gets here. He did get here, but didn't really find e4. Maybe he was short of time. Maybe there was some miscalculation in place. But in truth, he did repeat moves one more time and played queen c3 check and f6, which is it seems that it's giving up an advantage. Knight takes c7, queen e7, and now they repeated the moves a couple of times.
But actually, if we took knight takes a8 in the final position instead of playing rook h3,
yes.
What would you respond with here with black pieces, to be completely honest? So after king h8 here?
Yeah, let's say king
knight
h8.
takes a8.
Probably bishop takes.
Bishop takes a8 and queen... Okay, we have a lot of options. Queen d3 maybe?
Queen d3 simple. Yeah. So you just go for collecting pawns. The truth is that black king is still in danger. White players spent lots of time, and at the very end, maybe that was the main reason why he opted for repeating moves. Maybe he didn't really understand, or at this point when you repeat a couple of times, you are not sure if it's 3 times, but Ido Gorstein, he maybe was aware that his position is still dangerous, so that's why he was very, very ready to claim a threefold repetition.
And I would lay, I mean, here there are 2 bishops for a rook, so naturally, if you do not see how to win, then you don't really go for it. But engine does say it's +2.5 in the position after queen d3, after bishop before the queen d1, and so on. But of course, if you do not see the win, taking the draw is only natural decision.
The rook on g3 is very strong. It will protect the king and protects g2 pawn. And on the other hand, players also should have been a bit tired. And I guess that the taking a draw at the end, it seemed like okay idea for him.
And another draw we had before we move on to Badur's game, which is absolutely insane in my opinion. We had a draw between Nils Grandelius and Sviatoslav, which was Bazakutsa.
Yes. Incredibly well, solid performance again from the Ukrainian, and let's see how his tournament is going to develop. But so far he's doing extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. But I really want to see what's happening in Badur's game because, like you said, actually Samant is in huge time trouble.
and he's also pissed down because he sacrificed something.
Okay.
And at
Let's
some
see.
point of we left the game after Queen H3,
Yeah.
F5, but they decided to return the pawn and go for a positional game.
Okay.
Knight A2, but Black was against, and he decided to
and Rook C2.
sacrifice. But what is his idea now? Knight D7, just playing for a...
Yeah, that's the thing is when you're low on time, like you are, it's hard to make the correct moves. The correct response here is Queen D7 and not Knight D7.
And D4 instantly. Valder is trying to cash in on his opponent's time trouble. Not giving him any time to recover, to consider his options. We could see that after Knight D7, almost instantly, D4 appeared on the board. It's
14
one of the
seconds.
practical ways how to push your opponent to an edge and to force him playing moves on his last seconds. E4 with 2 seconds to go. E4, can White simply take it?
I mean, the bishop will hang on D2 at the end, right?
No.
You don't think so? So takes, and Rook... Oh, no, sorry,
It's
it's not
another
even
Rook.
hanging, yeah.
All right.
No, because I saw in different lines, so in case of Queen D7 instead of Knight D7, after Queen E5, then we take Rook D2. And
What?
after Rook D2, Rook E8 is winning the game.
Yeah, but that's the difficult one, yes.
Oh yeah, this is impossible to see.
With seconds...
That's why I was so focused on this Rook D2, I just wanted it to happen.
Yeah,
we can take
but we can take on E4.
And he's gonna do it? Yeah, he's gonna do it.
And he's gonna take it. He's gonna try to push his opponent now on the clock, and it seems that he is gonna be successful. I don't see many ways how Black can hold on here. Probably Queen C4 is gonna be played.
Yeah, okay, he's gonna try. He will try, but after Queen... yes, you're absolutely right, on the board.
C4, I would expect D5.
Yeah, I like
instantly.
D5. I like D5. Oh, can I go in Queen E2 is a bit too passive, yeah? Why go Queen E2 when we can go D5?
Oh, also Queen D3 is an option, but it gives...
yeah.
But D5, I like D5 most.
Yeah, me too. Okay, Queen C5 and Queen B4, yeah? That's the
Queen
plan.
C5, Bishop B4 also.
Oh, so Bishop.
And also some side
Yeah,
idea of
that's true.
Queen E8. I learned a trick or two from you here, so I guess, D5 looks very natural for White. Black is in time trouble.
Yeah, don't go Queen E2 because now I realize Queen takes D4 is threatening checkmate on B2, so let's not do that. I think Jobava himself will play D5 actually. It's just so natural to push the pawn and prepare for Queen before or Bishop before.
Yeah. No, well, his pieces are well protected. The Knight on C1 is absolutely key for defense, of course, and this is not gonna end up well for Black there. And it seems that Bahadur is on the way to his fourth win. But Queen D3, one of the lines But Queen D... I didn't like Queen D5, but the truth is that White can also consider Queen takes C2.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's also winning.
Absolutely, that looks
And maybe this was a way how can the game end. Maybe 13 Rook E8 if I'm not blundering something here. This can be a nice way to finish the game.
It is actually on the board. Do you think that would work?
Yeah, go Rook C8 or something now.
No, can I go Rook C1?
Yeah, but then I just take here.
Okay, my check
Yes,
after Queen
there is
B3.
only one check, and then it's gonna be winning.
And
Rook E8 check. Oh, there's an exchange operation by White, getting rid of this annoying Rook on C2, and White seems to be completely winning now because Queen takes D4 doesn't work because of Bishop any move. b4 probably, and just oops, not random, because there's queen g4, so I stand corrected with bishop f4 is the right way to wrap up.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think we will see definite win by Badr himself. And now that we are in time trouble zone, I would like to move maybe to game between Lea Garifulina and Mahel Boyer, because I think Mahel is on 30 seconds as well, while Lea has 23 minutes, so a very comfortable time. In the meanwhile, we have a draw between Abdi Malik and Awonder. So Awonder did manage to hold this position. It was kind of hard, but he did it. We will definitely check when we will have time, but yeah.
Well, Mahel's time trouble is not going to last long, because it's only for 2 moves.
Oh, okay, so let's stay here then.
Yeah, we can stay for a couple of moves, because they are going to be there quite quickly. Well, it's King F8 is logical for now.
I think we have to protect the g5 pawn at any cost, so King F8 on the board.
King F8 happened, and well, Black also has some counter chances if he manages to get his knight to d5, which he may not.
Well, that's a very good point. I mean, Garifulina now has 23 minutes to think of how to stop this. Do I go c3? Does she take on b5? Does she have any third option, like rook h6, you know?
Rook h6, queen e5, yeah, that looks like possible.
Ah, she goes rook a1 very quickly also. Actually, that's a very good move. I mean,
yeah, that looks...
stopping knight d5 on the spot.
It looks like a logical way, and Mahel has his last 50 seconds to find a way how to stop rook a8 from happening. Maybe queen d5.
I think we have to. Queen d8 is too passive. Queen d5, you know.
You can pick between queen d5 and queen c6.
Yeah.
I actually like queen c6 even a little more, because it keeps knight d5 options open. I'm starting to like rook a1 a little less.
Really? No. I mean, after... You know what I believe? By rook a5 we're going to see after either queen d5 or queen c6.
Knight d5, then knight, and knight d5. Oh, but I agree that the position should be very bad for.
Played in 1 second. That was a bit of luck.
Yeah. No, but I have a feeling that I have seen Mahel doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have this younger generation, some kind of a different way of feeling the time, because well, I grew up in times when the clocks were ticking, and it's so
you
I
could
was
hear,
very
yeah?
good. Yeah, I could hear I could hear my seconds melting away, but not anymore.
No.
There is a famous story of legendary grandmaster Jan Smejkal of Czech Republic, or former Czechoslovakia, one of the best players in the world, when after the clocks changed more or less permanently to electronic, he lost a couple of games on time, like on move 32, 34, and he said, they don't tick anymore. I can't feel the time. And he was a notorious time troubler. Yeah, he always, but he was an amazing blitz player and amazing time trouble player. But yeah, I think that changing to electronic clocks, more or less, he couldn't feel his time management anymore. And yeah, when you do something for many years and then suddenly you need to switch to newer means, yeah, it may be something decisive. So we made the time control. Garifulina is ready to make her move. I don't know if it's necessary to
be so quick.
Be so quick, but yeah, sometimes you want to. The rook is going somewhere. A5 it is.
The thing is, we kind of focused on 95, 93 so much that we forgot that black has a g4 threat as well.
Yeah, no, but g4 is not such a big threat, maybe, no? Because there is a
it's
queen
an annoyance.
f4, Queen F4.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, Queen H6 check. Actually, it was my problem. Queen H6 check. I didn't like.
Well, the thing is, I with the engine, of course, everything's easier. Queen C6 is indeed much better because after Rook A5, let's say, not Knight D5 is losing because of Bishop E4.
Rook A6.
But
and
yeah, that's actually the best move. Wow, she's playing
Rook A6.
like Stockfish herself. Yeah, G4. G4 was challenging in general after Queen C6, but after Queen D5, Rook A6, yeah, now G4 is not possible.
Not enough, yes. Yeah, that's big trouble, and yeah, well, could this be? It would be a bit of paradox and karmic in a way if Rook A6 would be a decisive move of this game, because if you remember how it started. So that could be a reminder for the next time if consider to do this again at any other time. Maybe was not advisable to play such an opening.
Absolutely. So now I can maybe sum up the results so far, because we do have a draw on board 6 between Rai Kilic and Maxime Lagarde. The French defense did end in a draw. So even though we thought that Maxime managed to get out of any issues of these French bishops, it was not enough to win the game. And I think we also have a result on board number 16 when Mohammed lost to Bryce. I don't know how much we left.
We did see that was a game where White had little compensation for a pawn, and indeed it happened. Basically, Black did consolidate the position and then converted the pawn to got another one, got an activity, Knight H5, a nice trick
Cute.
to end the game, and F2 is not defendable anymore. Yeah, a nice finish by an American player, and he moved on 3.5 out of 4.
Absolutely, and talking about American players, we haven't seen Brandon Jacobson in a while. Do you want to move there, or do you want to go to somewhere else?
Let's take a quick look if board 1 is progressing.
I'm curious.
Well, yeah, it seems that both sides managed to make it through the decisive part of the, or let's say some kind of stability is on the board. We can see that White doesn't want to rush a decision to take on F5 in order not to give Black chances to improve his pawn structure, and Black does insist with H6, but the Rook takes F5 now. I think that would be a good way to proceed, and then H5.
But how close are we to some kind of equality here?
I guess that I would say it's pretty far.
Far?
Yes.
Okay. You know, I'm never sure when it comes to Rook and a Bishop combining, especially when pawn structure is stable. Maybe, at least from experience, you know, I always know that engine would somehow stabilize eventually. And I would be, okay, I have to go for this. Yeah. Oh no, he goes for Rook G4. Wow. Also, he's afraid of...
yeah, interestingly, he doesn't want to change Rook. The truth is that, the Rook will be somewhat strangely placed on G4. On the other hand, he has hopes for launching an attack with the Queen, bringing it to maybe somewhere...
That would be nice.
To H8.
That would be nice. Yeah, he could have done it also with an exchanging the Rook and then taking the H6 somehow, if possible. But yeah, it's not so easy,
no. Then actually, I think his problem was that if Rook F5, if you don't act quickly, Black would go H5.
So I have to go myself.
I thought that we should go H5 here, but maybe he was not completely convinced about the second game. Yeah, Rook F6, and somehow Black is holding on. So he decided to keep the Rook on the board, also maybe considering the fact that black is still in time trouble.
Yeah.
We don't shall not forget that
Yeah.
that black still didn't make a time control, so there is 1 minute and 1 minute plus to defend this position, and queen c3 is already something which black has to take care of. But can we move his king to h7 somehow now? Like, let's say king g7.
King g7 now, okay. Let's see what we can do. Queen, would I go with the queen?
I'm actually covering an h8 square.
Yeah, you are. I know, yeah, I know. And it's annoying. What about queen a3? I don't know, just making a move or
Just
two.
rook d7, yeah. So I'm just.
Yeah,
And king g7 is on the board.
it's on the board. Yeah, actually, like I said, it is not easy to win this. Not as easy as one would hope, at least. How would you approach it? Queen a7, queen c3, queen b6, probably. I don't know. It's hard to find the approach, actually.
Yeah, because there are not so many entrance points. Most of the squares are covered by black. I would believe that the plan, like, g4 somewhere should be decisive, but in order to do that, you first need to improve your rook somewhere.
And
from that point of view, maybe rook g3 was more accurate.
And instead of going with g4, actually g4 immediately was an option by the engine as well, now that you mentioned g4.
Yeah, I did consider this for a second, but I wasn't sure what is going on here.
Yeah.
And then you take with
an f probably,
f1.
right? Yeah.
Maybe creating some h5 ideas in the future. Yeah. But again, as possibilities of black to build a stronghold, maybe where one of the, or definitely it was White's concern. And with the rook g3,
now he listens to you.
I think that he understood that maybe he should have done this immediately.
Yeah.
That rook will need to transfer if he wants to continue an attack.
Yeah.
So then he needs to bring his rook via. I mean, the plan is bit of longish thing, but the rook goes to h3, king g3, rook h1.
And also Mendonca being on 20 seconds, king h7, we did make the plan, and now rook h3, yes, is definite possibility. Also threatening h5 with that kind of.
Yeah, so on the other end, the black will at some point go h5 himself.
You think this is the point?
Yes, black is gonna play h5 now.
I think that's the point. And do you think we go king g3 then, rook h1?
Yes, but still you don't have so many entrance points. I mean, no squares, no open files.
No, not yet, but slowly but surely I will maneuver my...
Rook d5. And, I would believe that black's position is probably the best since opening. Yeah, so...
I think you have a good point here. Engine would still say it's +2, but of course +2 because of the material advantage, yeah?
Definitely. I would say that White could have converted a little more. What about king g7?
King G7.
He doesn't want to go h5, but king g7
with g4.
Yes.
Okay,
g4 rook d5.
Yeah,
I mean,
still have that.
Yes, that's not so obvious, but
king g3 goes,
we have to mention also that king g7 was played with 2 seconds on the clock. So maybe.
Oh my. Oh my.
Rook comes. Well, white rook is gonna get back to e5 or some square like this. Black consolidating the rooks, bringing the other one to d5. Now white is gonna transfer the rook via h1.
Yeah.
Did lose a tempo, but maybe it's not gonna play a crucial role.
No, I don't think so. No. How long till move 40? We have move 30.
4 moves.
4 moves.
for moves to make, and
Let's stay here a bit.
H1. And we have a split screen, seeing both players and their position in between. Pavel also checking score sheet to see how long before the time control. For black, well, it's anyway. Black doesn't have any active plan, so H5. We can see that H5 happened. It was clear that the black had no choice but to play this move sooner or later.
Absolutely.
Most likely now Rook E1.
Yeah.
I would expect to happen.
I also
King
think
E1 and
then Queen C3, Rook E3, Queen E1.
maybe trying
Okay.
to also. No, well, Queen C3 check actually.
Yeah.
It would be a good try now.
Now?
Or black can delay it actually,
But
because
after
after
King
Queen
H7?
C3 it's not so easy, because there is also Queen F6 all of a sudden. The idea which was
Yeah.
not present with Rook on F5.
Correct.
So maybe Queen C3 check immediately I would do.
Actually,
I
yeah.
didn't like this King G7.
Yeah, it, again, putting yourself to check. H5 immediately would have been the best response, I think. Also, yeah, now Pavel is thinking he has more time. Of course, he can think. Yeah, I'm also trying to follow all the possible games that we had, and the only one that's still in time trouble is actually Lu Miaoji, still on 30 seconds, and that game was full of some strategic or tactical mistakes. I'm not sure yet, but let's stay here maybe
This
a
is
bit longer.
this is a top board, and actually we are still before the time control.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the key moments of today's game, and maybe also the whole tournament.
Yes.
You know.
Both players being on 3 out of 3 right now. And Eljanov, he's really impressing me currently with his performance. Feels like he's winning so smoothly, you know. Okay, maybe this one is the biggest struggle so far, but even here, you know, queen against a rook and a bishop, somehow I think he will manage.
Yes, I would agree that all of his games till now, they did look quite easy.
Too easy.
Even well, today it was enough to find knight g5, right?
Yeah.
And the game also with white pieces, where he came with a bit unusual idea of bishop, queen c3.
Nice.
Expect queen c3 check.
Beautiful.
It's a good moment to give this check, because it's not very clear how black should respond to this. Is he really going to allow
Queen
white
F6,
queen
yeah?
to
Or
h8
yeah,
or
or
f6?
h8, yeah, exactly.
Can pick. So
Oh.
h8 it is.
He picked a space for a king himself. Yeah, these were the only two good responses.
The problem also is that white may not be in a rush to go to h8. He can maybe start
Delay
with
it a
rook
bit.
e1.
Yeah.
But maybe he can go for it.
Let's see.
I
Okay,
started with rook e1.
Yeah, no rush indeed.
Rook d4.
You think rook d4 would be...
But but then black rook will be pinned to protecting this diagonal, and now we are close to the time control. 2 more moves.
Let's see. I was thinking about rook d2 actually. He's going rook d8. This is how you stop queen h8. But now, okay. Going for queen e3 would not do much for me. Do you think we go... What do we do?
Maybe a waiting move, a rook e3.
Yeah,
for
rook e3.
example.
Yeah. I like it, but again...
So black also is not really sure how. Well, also rook e5 should be quite good.
Yeah.
Rook e5. And the idea is that after rook e5 you cannot really take it, because I will take back with the pawn,
Yeah.
and the queen will once appear on f6 with a decisive effect. Or maybe even I can consider going with a king to g5.
Yeah, exactly.
That's rook e5.
I like
rook
rook e5,
e5,
but he will not take it. He will, let's say, he can move the rook from the 5th rank, let's say rook d6, rook 5 d6.
rook d6. Should I go rook g5, like in second round?
Oh, you're going for rook g5
No,
or
I'm
the
not.
other way.
I'm not.
Okay. Actually, you could, yeah.
Yeah, but maybe it's not such a bad idea because there is f5, an extra option for white afterwards.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I like rook e5 a lot, actually, to be completely honest.
Yeah, it's also misplacing the, asking the black rook question if he wants to stay on d5. He also has to calculate rook takes d5 all the time, so...
Yeah. But Pavel, of course, now he has 2 moves to make the time control, and he still has 40 minutes.
One even.
Oh,
It's move 40.
Okay,
Move
nice.
40 for him, so he has enough time to... may well be that he may not rush the decision here, just play some waiting move like rook e3, maybe not going for rook e5 necessarily immediately, but he will have time to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's wait for him to play, and then Leon-Luc will also make his move very quickly. Okay, of course he's trying to find a plan. Maybe just king h3 at the end. Rook e5, yes.
King
It
5.
is the most
Maybe
standard.
it makes sense also to do this before the time control, because still black has some small decision to make here, and well, it's better when.
Let's
But
see.
he was
So-
ready for the development, so I played rook d6 quite quickly.
Okay,
So we can leave
Yeah.
guys.
I want to quickly move, when it's still in time trouble, to the game between Gavrilescu and Lumia-Oji. I know that Gavrilescu himself likes to get in time trouble, usually. However, this time, Miyaoji is the one. And also the game, okay, it was a long game. We left it. I
Yeah,
don't
we
know
probably
where.
shall wait till the time trouble ends, and
Yeah.
then we can take a recap on this game and see what happened meanwhile, because there were many things. When we left, Gavrilescu was going to sacrifice an exchange, which most likely happened at the end of the day, because we can see the live position is an exchange up for black, but bishop pair, some
Yeah.
activity,
Bishop pair.
not completely clear.
No, exactly. This is why I wanted to come here. All other games, I think, are already out of the time trouble. Yes, that's correct. Okay, game between Lamazé and Jacobsen, but that one is an end game with a pawn up, so not much to discuss. This position is here to discuss. For example, Queen d5. Is this something I want to play?
Yes, definitely. That was also my idea. Queen d5.
Do you think, can I go King h8? Are you
Yeah.
gonna punish that somehow?
Rook d1 maybe.
Just rook d1. Yeah, I think this is an extremely difficult position to approach. And next to David Gavrilescu, you can also see Lea Garifulina, who we will come after this time trouble is over, because Mahel played g4. He sacrificed the piece, and now she's calculating with 50 minutes on the clock if she can take it. Okay, but meanwhile, yeah, Gavrilescu 12 seconds. Oh, that's my guy. Yeah. What will he play with 5 seconds? Oh, bishop g4.
What? Knight takes. Well, the idea is that maybe knight takes e4. Well, I took almost 2 minutes.
Yeah.
To take this decision. The idea is that after knight e4, queen d5 is possible.
Yeah, and maybe
No.
knight h6 also he wants.
Wait, c3 is hanging. Everything is hanging, but Louis is also down to 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
And
Oh,
she
she's
grabs
taking
a
it.
pawn.
Okay, this is a
Yes.
test.
What is?
Going queen d5, doesn't that run into knight c3?
Yes, that's what I wanted to ask Gavrilescu, but
I guess he will tell us soon. Maybe he wants rook e4, but I doubt that.
no.
Okay.
A rook e4 and knight d6 can be
We are not
tricky stuff.
rook e4, 96, yeah, but then queen c6. I'm not sure how tricky.
Maybe I start with
3
queen
seconds.
d5 check. Yeah,
Oh, he
took on e4.
Okay.
Took on e4 and maybe queen d5 check is an idea.
Immediately.
Yeah, yeah.
Huh, and after king h8?
Knight d6 then.
Then knight.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that actually sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah, because d7 knight is also hanging somewhere
Yep.
in the process. And
He might play a rook e6 after, but still knight d6. No, then I cannot play knight d6, yeah? Okay, queen d5, knight rook e6 from the fourth rank. Again, we don't have the engine, so we are using our own brain. We don't know if it's correct.
but the rook e6 is even knight h6 check I have.
Oh wait, did they just make the time control with its move?
Ah yes, rook takes e4 is a time control. All the fun is gone. Okay. But it's good for them, of course, because now they have a chance to consider their options carefully. And
Oh my-
maybe bad news for.
I just found knight d6 actually is the best move here. Just allowing queen c6 and going king f2 is the right way to play.
Well, after the time control, it's possible. Before the time control, I would bet
No way. Queen d5, yeah.
strongly against that. But most likely his his calculation would go like queen d5 check, and king
f8 apparently.
king f8.
is the
Yes, that's
issue.
I wanted to suggest king f8 because we need to protect to bring the king actually and not to allow knight f7 ideas. Well, as they made the time control, we most likely should check on the other games as well, because this is not gonna. Well, this definitely will take some time, and I would assume that Gavrilescu will take his time now after the time control to check his calculation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would too, and that's why, we have just been on board number 1, so maybe let's go to Badur's game. We thought it would finish I thought it would finish sooner. He's still a piece up, but they did reach the time control, and seems like he's been tested by some checks. We need to...
Yeah, queen and the knight still some checks around. Knight d3, king d2 doesn't look like giving back.
Nothing much. No, queen e3 maybe it's the challenging. No, bishop d2 maybe. No,
e3. E3 is hanging then.
Yeah, e3 is hanging. That's
yeah,
correct.
so maybe queen e3, king d1.
King d1, but knight d3 then? Can I do that?
Sure, you have any threats.
That's a fair point. Knight f... Oh, that's true. Not really a threat. Then I can go bishop.
Yeah, bishop
d2.
c3. Then I would try to make some threats myself. You know, also your king is not completely safe.
Yeah, okay, we can move on from this board. I think Badur is in a safe territory. The next game is between Hassan and Aydin Soleimani.
We haven't been here for a while.
long
Nothing
time.
much changed here.
Oh, knight c4 played against Jabava, but nothing too terrifying, correct?
Yeah, I guess should check on bishop c3 now.
Yeah. Bishop c3 seems... Wait, no. Yeah, you just want to checkmate me, okay.
Bishop c3 is a great way to finish the game, but in the wrong way.
It's in the wrong way?
Let's show
Let's
it.
show.
This is a very good example of where it's never late to blunder. Bang.
Oh no, come on. And not...
Suddenly knight takes a3.
And that is not the way to go.
This is not going to happen.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
does,
It is challenging.
Yeah, how does he protect? Because
Okay. I was thinking, can I start with queen b8 then and followed by bishop c3? Can I do that?
maybe a better move order, but then there are some possibilities I thought which are. Let's do the same.
Okay, king c2. Are you going
Go
back? Are you going back? And king d1 and you go back again. Yeah, then I would have to go bishop e1 and then you take,
to
yeah.
d5 and here we go again.
Okay, so this is not the way to play chess.
Can this be tricky still for white suddenly?
Yep, though this is definitely still tricky, but thankfully they did reach the time control. Yeah, we're back also with the camera. But they were thinking, yeah, knight c4, challenging.
Suddenly it's not all that easy. We did think that this is a matter of a couple of more moves for white.
Yeah.
But the queen and the knight.
How about, okay, hear me out. Queen b8 followed by queen f4.
Very strict.
I don't know if it works, to be honest. I just want to take on f7 and hoping that I didn't lose a piece.
But this is probably a good idea. This looks like... well, at least you will... Well, I'm gonna take on d5 at some point. Like, maybe
No?
immediately. Yeah, I don't see
Yeah, but
anything else I can do.
for some reason that doesn't make me sad.
No, some...
Yeah, that's okay. What's wrong with that move, actually? I can play knight d1 after a check.
91.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's queen b8, queen f4. I like it. I like it definitely. This is a good way to go. Maybe Bahadur has something else. I did play
queen
queen
c5.
c5.
This is actually #1 engine move, but queen b8 followed by queen f4 actually in top 3.
Queen c5
I'm
creates a strong threat of queen f8 check.
Yes, and after
And queen h1, there is knight g1, yeah?
and queen g1, whatever you
Also
want.
queen
Yeah.
g1. Knight g1.
Knight g1
like
seems easier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
good enough.
Bahadur did foresee this, and he solved the problems which were actually not maybe that big as we thought.
Yeah, and I want to move on to the game that's going to finish soon, in my opinion, which is between Lea Garifolina and Mahel Boya. Because we left it at move 40, where rook a6 happened.
Oh yeah, this doesn't look like a very long
And
game after
being
king
a piece
f1.
up, look at, we can also, he's sitting next to Lu, so both of them in slight trouble right now. Well, a queen d5, by the way, but by Gavrilescu.
So she has to find king f8.
Yeah.
And but
Interesting.
I think that Lu's problems are a little more acceptable than Miles, because in Miles' case it looks like very close to game over. He
Yeah.
don't know exactly what is going through his head now, but I have a suspicion that he may will regret his opening choice
I think
a
he's
bit.
I think he's already past these regrets. I think he started regretting it already around move 10, where he couldn't take bishop c5. Well, actually he had to take bishop c5. I checked with the engine. In the opening, that was the best way to play, but he didn't, and then he had to face consequences by being a pawn up for the whole game.
And now he looks like a person who is waiting for his opponent to
Come back?
come and resign. But
think so.
yes.
Yeah, I think it's time. I think this is a resignation moment. Maybe he will try rook g3 or
But it
queen h6.
doesn't
right?
create any threat. Queen g3. I don't think it doesn't look to be concentrated on the board so much anymore. Just maybe. Yeah, hard to say. Of course, it's always a tricky moment to, nobody ever won anything by resigning.
Yeah, but okay, he might, I don't know, play one move just to get her back to the board, and when she plays the move, he will resign.
Yeah, it's also a way to do it. But
That's how I would do it.
we'll learn lots of things here. So
I have a lot of
she's
experience
there,
on
so now
resigning.
he can actually
Give her a
execute.
hand.
Yeah, no, he's not resigning.
Change his mind. Okay, no, this is. I would maybe stay with the same camera just to check. Actually, no, we saw that queen d5.
Yes. The technical question: do you think that Garifolina's hair is a dragon fruit color?
You think she's promoting the doll? Yeah, she does have some pink highlights. Last time I saw her, she definitely didn't have that. So she's feeling adventurous. I know pink. You know, I'm also in pink today. Pink is my favorite color, so I truly support her.
Then it seems that she is supported by also by her performance over the board today, and it's gonna be a valuable win for her. Can't forget that she also will be one of the.
Look at the camera.
Yes,
yeah, she will be one.
I don't
of
know.
the
I'm not good with colors, but yeah, I don't know if such a color exists or even.
Which one?
Dragon fruit.
A dragon? No, I don't think it exists yet. However, after we put it on the map, you never know.
Depends, guys, how many of you are watching. So if we vote for it, then maybe we can come up with a dragon fruit color. But of course, that's yeah. Well, hardly that would be any compensation to Mile, and it seems that it just well is processing, as you said, and accepting the fact that the game didn't go quite as he would like to. Well, we can. Meanwhile, we can take a look at what is going on the board where we wanted to go once, but didn't really get there because something seemingly more important did distract us. And it's Suleiman Lee with black against Chalik. Well, I have to say that we cannot really call this game an eventful one.
But these ones always tend to take the longest. Of course, both players.
Big danger.
Big danger zone here. Please finish. No, I don't. Of course, there's still 6 games being played, and this is definitely one of. I'm sure it's not so easy because D3 is a weakness, but the knight on D4. Okay, it's not a bad knight. It's kind of keeping the rook on c4 because knight c2 would be a threat, but there's no files open as well.
My experience, knight on d4 is very rarely very bad. However, the knight on h4 is quite an opposite.
Yep.
But it seems that white's position is very solid.
Yeah.
It's not very clear how black is going to try to break through. Exchange sacrifice on h4?
I think they already moved from the h file to the d file, if I saw correctly. Yeah, both rooks were already on the h file, so black didn't decide to sacrifice. He had a chance.
It also seems that there could be some repetition issues, and black is, as I would expect black to want to continue the game.
Yeah.
And that's why he's rechecking, probably, because if we go back to the some events before the time control, we can see that knight d4 rook h3. This position, for example, which is on the board, has already occurred once. True, it was a different rook, but it doesn't matter actually, because rooks are not really marked. So actually, this position is already for a second time 10 moves later, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 10. No, it's rook knight d4. Rook a3 was move 40, and now it's rook a3 move 48. So it's second repetition of move. It's sometimes these three folds can be quite tricky because it may occur after some events which are not completely logical. I once claimed a draw in a very important game while the position repeated once and then after 14 moves. Because there was some moving around, and my opponent was trying to win the game, and then we repeated twice, and he was surprised when I claimed the threefold. He said, "No, it was only twice." Like, but there is one more from before, and yes, and it was an important game. It was a team event, and we won the match like this, it's just so it's important, guys, to know the rules exactly. And well, it seems that Manley is aware of the fact that that there was a repetition.
Yeah, but
Because he's checking his score sheet. Yes, that was visible. Well, the different problem is also that it's not completely clear what he can do about this.
no, I mean, honestly, I think Black, as much as this knight on d4 is a beautiful knight, I don't think he can actually take any advantage from it. Because whenever you move it to attack the d3 pawn, knight comes to f5, so you don't want to move it. You can never play c5, going maybe rook b8, b6, but then you also have some weaknesses yourself, you know.
Yeah, that's also a risky stuff. So, okay, but he's gonna try to come up with something or not. And meanwhile, we can check on the game, which we also didn't really go too much to it. Simon Lamas playing Brenda Jacobson. And after the interesting opening phase, there was
yes, so
some more maneuvering,
lot of
and
maneuvering.
Black decided to get rid of this bishop pair of whites. And the position did open up, and what you predicted from the very beginning, that white structural weaknesses may
Prevail,
maybe playing an important role. So
yeah, from
we'll
experience,
see.
you know. I know this from experience, losing to some strong players. Opening being equal, but the player that is stronger will be the one taking advantage. And we see Leia Garifullina beat Mahel Boyer with e4, a6.
Yes, well, the game did continue for 2 more moves, but not very far.
Beautiful.
And good performance. But yeah, well, as I said, sorry, Mahel, nothing personal, but you know, don't do this e4, a6 stuff. You are better than this. Is a player who has a good opening preparation. So, yeah, maybe that was just a little bit too risky, but when else to take the risk when you are young? So,
Correct.
probably that would be also something he would take from this game. We learn always, so that could be a small lesson for him, and maybe we of course it's not losing, or reason was not only this, but also that white played very well afterwards. Let's get back to Simon Lamas, who is trying to hold on in this endgame. Brendan, yesterday he seemed to be very close to winning the endgame against a Turkish player with Chalik. I think that at the end of the day there was a draw.
Repetition as well.
Repetition with rook and the knight. But here only Brendan has the rook and the knight. So yeah, so
and he's happy as well. Yeah,
he
was
seems
nodding.
to be he seems to be much happier than yesterday. Just needs to find the precise way, and it seems that Bahadur did also finish his game. He
in style as
won
well.
bishop c3, and it seems that Black couldn't find any way how to make this queen and knight work. Well done by Bahadur. Took a little risk in the opening, I would say, but it paid off. And yes, he's rewarded by going at the moment to the sole lead of the tournament. And we can just check if Pavel Eljanov will be able to join him, because I think the probability that it will be Leon Mendonça is not very high, winning this position.
Absolutely,
There is some maneuvering as well here.
Okay.
Pavel is patiently trying to find the right setup. I think we had a very similar position. Remember I suggested rook e3?
Yeah, this is now rook e3 in that scenario, correct?
Yes, it was move 40, I think.
Yeah.
So so this is exactly again kind of not repetition.
Okay, but now it's black to move, yeah?
But it would be
Okay, it
also
was black
there.
to move there, yeah.
Yeah. It was this position,
Correct.
and he
correct.
could play rook e3,
Yeah,
and instead went for rook
Actually
e5. Yeah, exactly the same. So
Yeah, because after rook e5, then Leon played rook d6, and then queen h was not possible, but here rook d6 will be followed probably by queen h8, not exactly sure, I would assume so. That's why he goes, yeah.
rook d4. Yes, a waiting move. Now it's up to white to show why he did to do this.
He didn't go rook g5 when he had a chance, though, which was... Oh, wow, but he maneuvered his queen really... No, this is not easy. I mean, you have to find the right plan, and...
He kind of expected this game to finish pretty soon, but no.
I think it might be the last
no.
one played
Yeah.
at the end.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a type of a position which may logically finish like this.
We didn't discuss the Jacobson game yet, so we just came to the position where he was a pawn up, but we didn't discuss what is actually happening.
So a4 is white is trying to block black's movement or pawn movement on the queen side, and yeah, with bishop and a rook, I think white has some chances, because the bishop usually works well with the rook than with the knight. So I would say yes, we are pawn down, but you have to prove that you can make a pass pawn, not me. well, at the moment, the rook c4 would be
would be the main scenario.
Move which would look like the most interesting
reasonable
to me, but might go for some active.
Yeah, always try to go for an active defense. So after rook a4, I assume rook g6.
Yeah, the number of pawns is slightly limited, so maybe it's not so easy for. And also, if white pawns will start running, the support of a bishop will be much more important than the knights. So white has to wait up the black up this option, and of course he would generally want to bring his king closer to the game, but it's not so easy to do that.
No, it's not so simple to make this as well. Also, Brandon is thinking I will check. Engine does say -1, that means a pawn up, which is actually what's in the position. So again, not so easy to make this into a win. Yeah? I have a strong suspicion this might end in a draw.
Can be, of course, but still
long time.
Some play.
Okay, so then we have only 4 games. So board number 1, I think we can actually try to go there, because there are the most moves happening there. All other boards are currently mostly standing still. Aydin Suleimani is maneuvering his rooks, but we will come back later. Here, Pavel Eljanov went rook e5 again. But now Leon went rook d6, and after queen c4 we have to go either rook d5 or rook d6. I mean, e6 pawn is now hanging. Where do we go? Rook
d6 may not be such a good idea, because there's f5.
Oh,
I think this is a new motif.
That's cute.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the reasons why Pavel wanted to do this. Rook d5 seems to be more or less forced.
The only move, and I think it's on the board. Yeah.
Yes.
And now the question, how do we break through again? Oh, this is a struggle.
Rook g5.
Again.
Been there, yeah? Been there.
Been there.
Yes, not really what we want. Not rook g5, but how else? Well, actually, black is not really threatening to take on e5.
No, of course
Can
not.
we use this fact somehow to put some more pressure on black or not much?
But how? This is the issue. We don't have. If I had a knight or a bishop, okay. But I don't have any other piece, and I'm struggling right
Can you
now.
play something like King F2?
Or I was thinking King H3 as well, but yeah, okay, King F2 following. What after Rook D2? Where are you going?
E3. And I'm so brave here. It's
Oh God.
King E3
Okay, but yeah, okay, go back. Rook D5.
and G4.
Oh, that's how you wanna fight. Oh. You're brave, yeah, you are brave.
I'm brave when I can take back all the moves afterwards.
No, but I think you have to break at some point, but I would be a bit nervous because then I would go Rook D3 again.
Okay, let's check this.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah,
This,
sorry.
you want to...
I apologize to the viewers.
Yeah, we are used to
I'm sorry,
analyze
yeah.
blindfolded, so I guess that it may not be as easiest to follow it for here.
Yeah.
Let's say Rook G5.
Okay.
There is a trick. I see a trick.
Do you see it?
Yes, I see a trick. What did Rook F5?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh,
Takes. Check.
No, come on, F5.
Check. And check. And D8 is hanging.
Oh, cute.
Rook. So Rook F5 is maybe not the best here. It's by no means forced. So you would go with something like Rook D7 instead.
Rook D7, yeah. Now it's Now is it time to play something like Queen C2 or Queen? Yeah.
But now maybe Rook F5 is possible.
Ah. Well.
Queen C3, yes.
But Rook D8 again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not easy. Doesn't seem like a very direct plan yet.
No.
But yeah, well, this is also one of the ways how to tire your opponent. You, of course, try different plans, different things.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I really expected this game to be one of first ones on top boards to finish today, and now Pavel needs to prove that he can win this. Yeah, and in the meantime, King H8 by Lumia Oji, she didn't find King F8.
And King H8 was not good, right? Because Knight D6 is simply...
I think so, yeah. No, wait, wow. Knight D6 is not a good move because Rook 4 E7.
And Knight takes E8.
Rook E8, Queen D7, Queen D7, Bishop D7. We can put it on the board.
Oh, that's not...
Yeah, takes.
And that's not good for...
Rook E3 at the end. Apparently is so strong.
And Bishop D2 is impossible because of
Yeah.
Rook D3. And...
And you have to go to B2, but then Rook B2.
yeah, Rook E2.
Oh my god.
That's a nice line.
Yeah.
So Knight
So
D6
that's
is
the
not
issue.
possible.
The best move. Okay.
Queen F7?
No. It's not. I just saw what it is. I don't know what's the follow-up. Queen F7. It's not the move. Why it is not the move?
Rook G8,
It's a good question. Probably Rook G8. Yeah. No more threats, I guess. Even though Bishop Knight H6 looks nice. Yeah.
Yes, Bishop F6. Also,
Bishop
there's
F6,
some ideas like
yeah.
Bishop F6, but maybe it's not working because Knight H6 is
Maybe
it just
follow-
moves the rook.
Yeah.
You go something like Rook F8. Ah, no, it's mate. No, wait.
Let's put it on board. Yeah. So Queen F7.
There will be some dirty tricks.
I was.
Maybe just take, because
Yeah.
maybe
and
Knight taking here you cannot really afford
Okay.
giving up so much
Okay,
material.
Yeah.
And Bishop takes D7 would be faced by something like this,
Yeah.
and
Let's
getting
not do
mated
that,
on
yeah.
the other side.
Yeah.
But that's why Queen F7 is not
Okay.
so great.
There's only one good move for
It would be
white.
something like King H3 or something.
Almost something like this. Almost something like. I'm giving you one more chance. It's hard, of course. It's not easy.
B5?
Yeah. With the right piece, H5 is the move.
H5.
Yeah. This is the only move that gives the advantage for white here. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Well, yes, this would be. I would be shocked, frankly.
No, that's insane.
Not betting, but I would be shocked that if white comes up with h5 here. True, he has 24, almost 25 minutes.
Yeah.
To.
I think
come up
knight
with this.
d6 is something that we will expect. This is the second best move, knight d6, I think. Knight g7 is an option. Why is knight g7 an option? Because of king g7, bishop d7, and you're playing two bishops against the rooks, and queen g5 is a threat, yeah?
Yeah, rook e2 check, and then basically...
Or king h3, yeah?
Yeah, king h3, and
where do you
you
go?
keep some
Where do you go?
threats, yeah.
I mean, you have only one move here, I think.
h6?
Yeah, it is h6, yeah, to stop queen g5.
You
But then
take
queen
on
f5. No, queen f5
Queen
I play. Yeah, I don't take
Strong
anything.
initiative, as the bishop pair is a big...
Yep. No, it's definitely
think.
interesting. I think he must be thinking about this as well. So he has three options. Well, okay, knight d6, knight g7, h5. Anything else looks a bit weird, to be completely honest.
Okay. Well, in any case, I would expect him to spend a lot of time here. He has 23 minutes. Lou did get under 9 minutes of a second time control, spending it actually on first move after the time control. We can check meanwhile quickly on Suleiman Celik. Nothing much happened here. And Brendan Jacobson did play knight c7, a move which sorry, not knight c7. There was knight e6 first, and bishop e3, knight c7, bringing his knight, trying to put it on d5, I guess.
Yeah, that would be a plan. We can see Simon on the screen also right now. It's a struggle to hold this. I agree. Knight d5 is a threat. How do we approach it? Or we can just go rook g7, maybe. I don't know. Not that that gives me anything.
Rook g7. Yeah, knight d5. Oh.
I don't know. Bishop d4. I was thinking.
Rook c4 then is a tempo. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure you want to step on.
You don't
this.
think so? Okay. I trust you.
No, maybe you want that.
I'm not sure. They're not my pieces either.
Let's take a look shortly at Pavel, and nothing really happened here yet.
Yeah, somebody in the chat.
Trying, yes.
Yeah, somebody in the chat asked, okay, who is currently leading the tournament, and Jobava is currently the only one on 4 out of 4, if I'm
in
correct.
the live standings.
Yeah, in the live standings.
If we consider live standings, it's Badur Jobava with 4 out of 4, and Pavel Eljanov seemingly the only other player who may catch up with Badur if he manages to convert this endgame, which is not so easy.
Yeah, no, definitely not easy. And then somebody asked, oh, wait, Jobava London is a person?
Jobava London is very much a person, and not London, of course, but Badur Jobava is, I would say, a fan favorite because his games are always very interesting. He has a very colorful personality.
Yeah, and we can also see the results on the screen to help us. There are only 5 players on 3 out of 3 there were, and Chishlak Patrick was one of them, but he drew Jorden Van Foreest in a very interesting game. So not a lot of wins today yet, except Vetokin Sava with a very nice win, but yet wins are yet to come. Waiting for Eljanov if he would manage to convert this.
Probably Brendan Jacobson also, and of course, we have more boards to cover, but we had some spectacular games. Both ladies did manage to win their game, so we most likely gonna see them again tomorrow. And Lu Miaoji is also fighting. Of course, it's not that clear in her case compared to other two. Garifulina did win her game, and also we had Karisaip winning her game. We apologize, but we're getting slower a little bit. You know.
It happens when evening.
Major development in Eljanov Mendonta
let's go.
game. Rook takes d5. Finally, a change of strategy. Now Black has to decide which thing to take it with. If we take with the bishop, we allow queen c7. Queen c7, queen g7. That doesn't look right.
Okay, I go.
Lost very quickly, I would say. So ed5 doesn't seem like a good option at all. And rook takes d5 was left, and so I would expect queen h8 to happen now.
Yeah, I think it is the moment to go queen h8. That was the whole point of waiting, maneuvering back queen to c3, where we can now take on d5 because we see it on board. I actually checked the engine, and if you remember the first moment when he played rook e5,
yes.
Immediately the next moment he should have already taken rook takes d5 to allow queen h8.
He could actually get this position a little bit earlier.
10 moves ago.
White's idea is at the moment queen h7 check, pushing the king to f6, and then queen g8, maneuvering to threatening queen f8 mate. So that's a quite typical way to fight against. Usually we can see this in queen against rook situations, yes. But here, of course, this threat has to be faced somehow. Well, only way I see Black defending is this.
Okay.
And having a rook on the 7th rank in order to try to cover. But then I would believe that something like king f2 and g4 will finally decide the game.
I think so too.
Yes, this should be a winning for White.
So no fortress here yet.
Not yet. Also, nothing much happening here.
Actually, they've been maneuvering. Rook is now on b8. If you remember,
you wanted to go b6.
I wanted to go b6, and I'm afraid Aydin is listening to me as well. He just is he's this type of a player that doesn't agree for a draw in any case.
I don't know him as that well, but I would assume that he would like to get a shot on winning this game. You are playing a little bit lower rated player, 150 points approximately, and he already had a draw against a player with similar rating. So maybe he understands that in open tournament you have to try to take your chance if possible. But also objectively, it's not very clear how he's wins this. And now we got finally the same position, but now it's White's turn, so he cannot really claim a fault here.
That's funny way too.
Yes, he avoided repetition. We can see White player checking the score sheet, and I think that he understands that this is the case. So he would have to carry on. Nothing to be done.
He has to carry on. There's no choice. And like I said, both players very, very fighting spirit. And in the meantime, we had a comment from YouTube. Can you tell us about the venue and the area? Might play this in the future. South of France sounds attractive. It indeed is. But it's actually my first time here. So Sergei, how would you describe this playing venue?
Maybe actually your impressions are even more valuable of you, because I may not be very objective because I'm for a second time. So how do you like actually your stay here?
You know, I always appreciate it when, like I said, the players have enough space to walk around, to breathe around. Nobody's touching each other, so everybody has their own personal space. Also, the playing hall is air conditioned, which in summer it's very important. I think this playing hall, this playing venue in general, is extremely comfortable. I would have absolutely zero complaints. And we are actually playing in the Pasino Casino, right here in Aix-en-Provence, south of France, but above one. So if you finish a game and you feel lucky, you know, you just go to the casino. But actually, I mean, I have absolutely no bad things to say. But like I said, it's my first time, and maybe I would have to walk more around the playing hall. But, you know, I really always appreciate when everybody gets their own personal space in the playing hall.
Definitely, I can only confirm that the playing hall is very comfortable. The fact that I am here for a second time in a row is most likely telling already a little bit about how I like being here, and not only the playing hall but surroundings. Also, the area is extremely popular for tourists. Not very far from the sea, but not that close to be unbearably hot. Well, of course, maybe locals can tell you more about Aix-en-Provence, but well, I have to say, one of the nicest places to be for a chess tournament. And would I be a little bit younger, I probably would still be playing this tournament. But of course, somebody also has to work for you and to come up with all kind of wrong ideas and suggestions. We of course and we are picked for this job for this year. In any case, I would what I like also, there are several tournaments, so it's not only a top event, but also and also in the same playing hall you can see the big variety of tournaments, and you can be a part of a top event even if you are not the strongest player and you just want to enjoy your holiday. Dates look very nice. We don't have the dates for the next year yet, but we assume that it's going to be very similar. So second part of July. Well, hard to add something more.
Yeah, it's hard to find words when everything's perfect, you know. So people like to complain about things. So I'm sure if there was something to complain, we could be talking about it. But really, there is nothing. We do recommend playing this tournament. In fact, actually, I wanted to play it myself this year. And yes, then this opportunity to commentate the games came, and I of course took it because I actually learned much more from watching Grandmasters games. And also, come on, Sergei, you are here. You have a lot of knowledge in general, so I am enjoying this commentary. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely enjoying this commentary.
Pleasure is mine, because it's always interesting, because I think that well, I don't know how about you guys enjoying our commentary, but we do. And we cannot really you can of course write in the chat. We would appreciate also your feedback. If there is anything you feel we need to improve, we will try to work on it. But I guess there is not too much to improve in the commentary area as well. Meanwhile, actually, as if the players would hear us, they basically don't play. So at the moment...
Okay, listen, there's been one change. Okay, this game will continue, and I would wait for Brandon actually to make his breakthrough before we think about it. But I want to go to Suleimani's game because he moved his knight from d4.
Major development.
Which is a major development, because it's been here for I don't even know how long. But this allows knight f5.
Yes, which white didn't really consider to be a worthy alternative. So he just is staying with rook b3. He decided that his knight is already domesticated on h4, so there is no reason to move. Well, sorry, I mean, sometimes to use some cycling terminology as well. So basically, the knight on h4 found his perfect spot, and he doesn't want to move at all. So he's happy where he is. Not sure about. Luckily pieces cannot talk, because otherwise they tell us a lot of interesting stories. As expected, David Gavrilescu didn't make his move yet.
Yes.
So they made. Hope we don't sound disrespectful, but that was one of the things which was possible to expect, really, because the position is extremely complicated.
Yeah, absolutely, and that means both of the players will be very low on time, both below 10 minutes, and they will not get extra minutes. They will get 30 seconds per move.
And just to finish the sentence, knight g7 is on the board.
Did he play knight g7?
Yes, he did play knight g7. It really is going to be definitely out of the last four, this is the most interesting game.
My. Definitely. Let's, you know what, just before this, I wanted to ask Etienne to find board 25, which would be Materia Marco versus Bodana.
If possible, of course.
Yeah, if they're still playing, but actually, let's go to this board between Gavrilescu. Wait, let's see. No, so I think they're not active anymore, so let's go to Gavrilescu versus Lu.
Thank you for the effort. Again, the board. Yes, and now we are zooming in into this. This looks like still after time control, even still looking very sharp, still looking very complicated. Knight g7, I think one of the better moves in the position, right?
No, this is definitely one of the top 3 moves. Okay, h5 was the best one, but that is a computer move. You don't play it.
h5, but knight g7 is more human.
I'm excited about
this. Is practically very difficult to play for.
Yeah, I think black, apparently black could play rook e2, but I think we have to take king g7 at this point. Otherwise, don't think we can survive eventually.
Don't see many other options for black.
Yeah, because otherwise knight e8 is coming with a tempo. Okay, apparently option is c takes b4 as well, allowing knight e8, rook e8, bishop d7 also, but okay, come on.
B takes c3 is
we can, let's show it on the board.
Maybe one of the ideas. Tricky stuff.
Takes bishop d7, takes on c3, and I think if you take
queen
on
f7,
e8 you're lost. Queen f7, I think you have to play. Again, very
king
tough.
Takes g7.
That's natural.
Board bishop d7, and now she has to find h6, right?
Or start with rook e2, but h6 should be played. I think eventually. Actually, no.
Question is if rook e2 is maybe it's better to insert rook e2.
No, actually no. Okay, of course, when you're an engine, you see moves like this. Apparently, even queen d8 is enough to keep a slight edge. I'm talking about a very slight edge here for black. But come on, I think h6 is so natural.
Well, really hard to say what there is. I think nothing natural about this.
No.
So, meanwhile, she would take a couple of minutes maybe here to make her move. Meanwhile, Pavel Eljanov is going to gain a pawn on b7 because Mendonça opted for bishop e8, queen h7 check logically. Now, when the king will move, then he takes on b5 or b7. Decided to bring his bishop closer to a defense. King f6.
Are we taking the pawn? I think we're taking the pawn.
Yeah, we're taking the pawn.
Is there an issue? No, right? Okay.
Until we get back, we can go back afterwards.
Okay, let me check if everything's okay with queen. Yeah, everything's fine with queen b7. Yeah, okay. So far, Eljanov really doing a good job, and yeah, that's basically all of the development we almost have.
Also, here nothing much happened. Okay, not rook d5, but rook d4.
Yeah,
Black decided to. Yeah, and Pavel took on b7. Take b7. And black is ready to move a5 immediately. So Suleimanli is trying to change the structure by rook d4, but what happens if I do rook c4?
You can play even that, maybe. Yeah, I don't know why he put the knight on g5. I'm not sure what it does there exactly. I really don't know.
Yeah, maybe just wanted to have a different position because they moved around for so long that he simply was afraid that there will be a threefold. Sometimes you just need to do something just to change the picture.
Those ambitious player, huh?
Yeah. In principle, the game is still continuing, and we can shortly check on Brandon Jacobson and his converting of the extra pawn. Not too much of a progress yet. He is trying to find the right square for his knight, and until now it didn't really work too well.
No, knight is coming to d6. Okay, now we want to go to c4,
Bishop
but I
f4,
think
most
bishop
likely.
f4.
Bishop is gonna be returning to f4, and it is already on the board. And knight goes to f5.
Okay.
Haven't they been there already?
No, have they? At least I'm not aware of it. No, this knight has not been on f5 yet.
But this is rook c7 check. I think that's for a reason. That rook c7 check and rook b7 then.
Oh my, yeah.
It's not an improvement for black, I guess, no?
Okay, so rook c7 forcing king d8. Okay, but rook b7, we're not... we're talking...
No, I have some bishop c7 ideas somewhere. Maybe not immediately,
rook c6,
but then you are not really... Your rook is very passive here, so don't really think that this is any kind of big deal for black. But yeah, we are trying to get some edge. Lou is meanwhile down to 2.5 minutes. A very difficult position. Actually, I have a feeling that it's easier to play with white.
I think
even you say the engine is not supporting this this opinion, but human wise, would probably think that white is doing better here, but
absolutely. And this game will definitely, it's going to be the most exciting one out of all three, because it seems like Eljanov has slowly been improving. He did win a pawn, but he still needs to prove there is no fortress. So definitely this game will be going on for quite some time. Well, this game between Gavrilescu and Lou, well, 1 minute and 40 seconds. She has a lot of options. Queen g5 is now a big threat. Okay, now that we see h6, of course we play it, but in the game, sometimes you start with different moves, like rook e2, then you think about, I don't know, rook e7, you think about many different responses. Let's see, she's ready to make a move. She looks like she's ready. Yeah. Queen d8. Okay. Oh, this was actually
the best, yeah?
This was the third best move.
That's third best.
Yeah. It does allow queen g5, but after king f8 doesn't do much. Apparently now, okay, David, do you think how he was going to be thinking for some time now?
Yeah, he has
Again?
9.5 minutes. I think that he would bet something like 2 minutes invested here.
You think only 2? I think only 2. No, I think here white apparently needs to take b takes c5. I don't
just to get rid of cb4 ideas.
The point is so yes, the point is that after b takes c5, queen g5 does work because king f8 comes with the check.
bc5 then starts to look more logical.
Okay, yeah, now it makes sense. But of course, players are not engines. Well, actually, I think they're not.
Hopefully.
Hopefully they're not. Now it's a logical move, but if I take on c5, black cannot play rook e7 either or anything because c6 would be followed. Yeah, I do expect b takes c5 actually.
Breaking news from Suleiman Lee board. White knight is on f5.
What do you mean? It landed on f5, so why did it decide to go there? It's
The tempo.
rook. It's back to
Maybe
the-
I can rule out the possibilities that after rook d8 or rook d7, knight h4 is gonna happen
No, it is going to
immediately.
happen.
No, but it's actually logical because not to allow
Rook
any...
h2, yeah? No reason to do that.
Maybe rook h2 now. Who cares about the rook?
You think
But
it's
it doesn't.
time?
No,
it
it's
doesn't.
actually there is no movement, and that Suleiman Lee is also a long time already. So
It's time for a draw. Aydin, I'm sorry. It's time to go home.
Sure.
You disagree?
Rook d8, rook d8, and what are the odds
Knight
for
h4.
knight h4?
100%.
Yes.
I bet all on it. All money on red.
Oh, you don't have a lucky day today, so yes, we will trust you on that, and you would have won again.
I would have won. Oh, I should
No,
go
okay,
to the casino tonight.
definitely. You should discuss this option with our main organizers.
Oh my
Okay, Gavrilescu, I would... Okay, he already did spend his 2 minutes.
Oh, he spent 2 minutes. And wait, is he ready to make a move? No, not
He is,
yet.
yes. Queen g5 check. I think there would
Oh.
be a repetition.
No. Queen g5, and after king f8, what do you do?
I wanted to... There is no repetition even.
How do you
Want to
repeat?
tell me, like queen h6. It's king g8, yeah?
Yes, king g8.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, I think... No, yeah, that's why you first take on c5 to have this check.
Queen c5 check. Oh, he didn't. So...
Yeah, king f8, queen h6, king g8. Yeah, what do you do? Bishop f6. Queen d7. Yeah, okay, you don't
Queen
do that.
g5, yeah, it can go either way then, eh?
Okay, I mean, the point is after queen h6, king g8, you take on e8 first, yeah? And then again, it's a question, how do you respond with black? Queen e8, maybe? And after queen f6, again, not so clear, yeah?
So, should go here or f7? Here,
I think
yeah?
f8 is the best way to go, but of course.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, okay.
Play king f8,
Yeah,
queen
yeah.
h6 most likely is gonna happen.
Yeah.
Another breaking news from Suleiman Lee board. They finally repeated
my.
enough times to agree to a draw.
Woohoo! It was indeed time to go home.
And yeah, they are still discussing something, but
What is this going to be discussed about?
yeah.
For sure it was interesting to them, but us having 16 different games, this was not on our list today.
Says that this was probably not not the most wouldn't win a game of the day prize most likely.
Sorry. Next time, maybe in a different scenario. In the meantime, also between Lamazé and Jacobson, nothing much has changed.
Yeah. Well, black has managed to put the rook to e4,
Well,
but on the other hand, white also brought his king closer,
yeah.
so not so easy still. And queen f5.
Okay.
This is not a
queen
tempo.
f5.
This is not a threatening move.
Well,
but
bishop f6 is a big threat.
yes, but it's not a tempo. Yeah, it's not a check.
No, yes,
Yes,
it's not a check.
At
Yeah.
least there.
What?
Yeah, natural reaction is king g7. Yeah.
No. Natural reaction?
It's king g7. That's
No.
Human
Rook
reaction.
e2 is the natural reaction first, I think.
I think so.
Oh, no, actually, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong, actually. Come on. I want to find something here. Do you think I
20
could
seconds.
go rook d4?
Rook d4.
I
You
like
give both rooks.
I give both rooks and I... Ah, no, I don't have a passer. Okay, I have a passer, but... Okay, king g7, actually. Oh, you're right. You should also go to the casino.
or not. Better. That I don't think that we can both win.
Yeah, we can both
I
win
think
some
the
money
odds are
today.
not really
Yeah,
really high. So King G7, yeah, but now White has another chance to take on C5, yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Yes, and then to
Okay.
transpose to the same story.
But I think that David is happy with the draw here. Yeah, he goes Queen G5 as well. I think he's happy just because he realizes there's no mating attack, I think.
Yeah.
Because then you do have 2 rooks against 2 bishops. Okay, I'm gonna try to find out what was the move instead of King G7. Okay, it was not Rook D4, but it was Rook E3, allowing Bishop takes F6 and Queen A8 check, forcing...
Okay. F7.
Yeah, I think
She doesn't want to repeat?
Okay, but doesn't that let me play Queen H5?
King
Oh, yeah,
G7?
King G8, yeah.
Or G7?
Okay, G7 is a draw.
You meant that...
No, I wanna push.
You wanna... Yes. Okay, King of 7. Interesting psychologically. I mean, she had 9 seconds.
Oh my, yes.
And still she decided to... Queen D5 check.
Queen D5 he goes for.
Or
Okay.
a draw.
Yeah, I
King
think she
King
will.
F8?
She
King
can go.
G7.
Yeah, she can go King F8, but I think she will go King G7. She will be taking the draw today. But, okay, after the game is over, we can maybe point out what was the move instead of going, instead of repetition after Queen F5. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, King G7, yeah. And I think David will claim three times.
After Queen G5?
Yeah.
He just will give this check, and he could already claim a 3-fold,
Yep,
right?
exactly. Yeah, this was the
But
three-fold.
finally, she cannot claim it.
No, she cannot. Yeah, that's funny enough. He can, she couldn't. Oh, she has to make a decision to go to F8 or F7 again. I hope she goes to
Interesting, but,
F8. I hope she goes to F8. And then after Queen F5, Rook E3. Okay, she doesn't have time. Yeah, she doesn't have time. Yeah, she goes to F8. Queen F5, we will see. Oh, I
But
want
now
Rook
she can
E3.
claim.
I want
Yeah,
Rook
King
E3.
G7, no?
Yes, she can claim for sure. She can. No, Queen was on F5 only once, no?
Interesting psychological moment, actually, because don't exactly understand what is going on at the moment.
No.
If White could have claimed a draw, but he's playing on... well, of course, players don't know for sure what is the evaluation here.
Yeah. Okay.
But it seems that they came to a conclusion
Yeah.
that it's a draw. So a very tense game, but I would say that both players deserved a point or half of a point at least today. So very complicated game. It's extremely hard to evaluate this position.
Yeah.
Maybe it is both sides had chances,
No,
but
definitely very, very difficult position to evaluate. 2 bishops with 2 rooks. Both kings are open. Both of them. It's too hard.
But of course, I would say that that was one of the highlights of the day for sure. Even if it ended up as a draw, but sometimes draws are more interesting than quick wins, for example. So now we are left with only 2 games.
And the dancing banana.
And the banana is around again, and
keeping us
will be a
entertained.
happy banana for Brendan Jacobson, or not, because he already also not only he didn't improve his position much, but also he is down to 2 minutes.
Yep, yeah, definitely gonna be a struggle to win this. Is it time to bring the king? Somehow King D7, can I do
Yes,
it?
Bishop G5.
Bishop G5,
Yes,
King D6, and
But
what
then
is
you're
this
losing
again?
the G6, no? And Bishop takes
Oh,
E7 and
yeah.
Rook takes G6.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's not so easy to unpin now, and he was trying to do this for quite some time now, and not with a big success. Time to check on
Yes,
Pavel's
it is.
attempts
It is.
to break through. Move 64 already.
Yeah.
Pavel White did bring his king to e4. I think that he's keeping his g4 ideas
For 50 moves?
in mind. I don't think so.
For 50 moves around that. He just wants to improve his pieces before he plays g4. He will have to do it at some point. I don't think he has a different option, honestly.
But I think that his winning options are somewhat limited, because how do you break through here? I mean, g4, f5?
That was my point all along.
No, but I mean, how do you do this f5? I mean, f5, you need to move the king. Definitely, king has no... well, this is not his spot on e4. I think that no business doing
e3 probably,
yeah, e3. And then to find some suitable moment to go g4 and f5. But then the rook on d5 is not hanging. So
in the meantime, I think a game between Lamazé and Jacobsen has ended in a draw.
So funnily enough, Brendan had the two endgames which did look very promising for him, but both of them still not so easy to win, and both his opponents managed to put up a very good fight. So two draws, but
absolutely brutal. You know, endgames are tough to technically produce a win from. So definitely something to work on for Jacobsen. He is no Magnus Carlsen yet. I'm sure Magnus would be trying some more tricks, but without a lot of experience, it's hard, right?
Well, also practically, one thing is when you have an option to work on your endgames at home, just look at the some theoretical endgames, practical ones, but still game situation sometimes brings so different not only positions, but also if you are tired after several hours of intense fight, and in some cases even think you know for sure, or you are very confident in even this position sometimes are difficult to win. So one of the examples actually is in front of us is board one. Pavel Eljanov still trying to capitalize on his material advantage against Leon-Luc Mendonça, one of the most fighting games of the round. Deserved so, board one, that's how it should be.
And it's so ironic because, I told Sergei, let's get Pavel when he wins his game.
If he wins.
Yeah, of course, if he wins, but I did expect him to win today, given the opening scenario that we had, also with Queen takes A1 by Leon-Luc, which was not the most accurate way to play, and now he's the last one playing.
Yes. Maybe it's your first minor inaccuracy for today.
Well, it happens. It happens.
Happened to the best of us. So I'm not sure anymore. I have to say that I'm not sure anymore. This is G4 is
finally.
G4 is finally there, and now it's the important decision for Black
to do what?
To do something or not to do something, anything. No, he needs to also to be ready for Bishop F7. One of the ways how to hold this position is also Bishop F7, because if he protects his rook on D5, actually F5 ideas are even less dangerous, because then Black can take with a E pawn as well. So pushing G5 is definitely not advisable, because after Rook F5 then it will be a dead draw, and I start to think that this may be just not winnable for White.
And it all started from this position. I remember Queen A4 or Queen D1 that was then on the board. I think if you go Queen A4, not allowing Bishop D7 immediately, we would have a different scenario right now. And once you allowed Black to stabilize,
Still, it seems that it should be enough to win, but yeah, Queen A4 did look like a more accurate way to approach the position. But I actually don't see the plan how if Black simply does nothing now, just with his moving his king around, just King G8, King G7.
yeah, I'm trying to find maybe a bit of stronger engine to see what we can do about this.
King E8. Well,
King E8,
should
yeah.
also be this. Does this change anything? Maybe not.
Okay, I don't know how much that does, but apparently White had an option to cut the king off. For example, in this scenario, if White could play Queen A3, would be +3. And
Yeah, because actually it would be a Zugzwang.
would it be?
Yeah, more or less. But it's not gonna happen because
Yeah, but there was scenario in the game where I think Queen A3 was possible. Yeah.
I like King A8 actually. I kind of I mean, I don't feel secure enough there. I would keep the king on G8.
I definitely. And now maybe I would go Queen. No, okay, Queen C3 is too
Oh,
obvious.
I have to run back immediately.
Yeah, you have to run back. Yeah, you have to do it. But I want to treat you somehow to play Queen A3 and you being in a Zugzwang. But now it's impossible because King is running back to F8.
Yeah, so King E8 doesn't look right.
And in the meanwhile, people are also complimenting your shirt today.
Thank you very much.
And that there's nothing to prove, that stream is flawless.
Okay, guys.
Only good things. Good.
Okay.
We
Nice.
accept the criticism as well.
Yes, yeah, we of course we can do something to improve this. And Pavel does give it a try with Queen C8, King E7. Probably he's gonna go Queen H8.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go Queen H8, and we can also see a change of camera. Our cameraman Etienne, of course, he cannot keep his camera only on 2 players. We need to.
Is it a hint, Etienne, that it's time to go? I can see right on the right side there is a big, white letters saying exit. And is it time to go for us or for board 1? And actually, we are zoomed out now.
Okay, we're getting some different views of the playing hall. We do appreciate it. It's always nice to see who is still playing, as we cannot see all of the results yet on the Chess Federation, French Chess Federation. Okay, I can also. I'm also getting a bit tongue-tied. Yeah, not a lot of players still in the playing hall. It's almost empty, and I'm sure that when Pavel and Leon Luke end, it's going to be completely empty.
Well, yeah. Well, there's always someone who has a longish endgame. Yesterday, we, for instance, didn't see the final moments of Bodana's game against Grandmaster Nigmatov, but thanks to videos from ChessBase India. By the way, guys, follow ChessBase India as well, because I have an additional content which is apart from our perfect video coverage from Etienne from the playing hall. Also, ChessBase India is also working at this tournament, which we consider to be also one of the important things, and as appreciation also from ChessBase India to have a crew on this tournament and making videos and extra things here. So you can also check on their videos, and their have interviews and kinds of stuff. So that could be recommended.
Yeah, absolutely. They did interview me today and they will interview you tomorrow. So definitely go check out Chess Base India on Instagram, on YouTube, basically Facebook. They are very active. So it's very nice that they are also here in Aix-en-Provence, in Trophy Dole, also having a lot of Indian grandmasters here. I mean, Leon Luke himself on board number 1 today. Of course, not sure if he's gonna hold, but like you said, it's becoming a bit easier for him.
Yeah, but it's easier to sometimes it's easier to defend such a position by bishop e8. Now just
Bishop e8, you think? Yeah, maybe.
well, but maybe f5 needs to be checked. I still don't. I mean,
You don't believe in
I
f5?
don't like this king on e7. I would just keep it somewhere
Really?
else. Maybe he was concerned also that there also he wouldn't have too many ways to move his king that he some kind of zugzwang at some point. So if bishop e8, can white go f5?
And after
Not
it takes
really, yes.
f5,
Queen
there's no
b7
queen
is not
b7.
really. Yeah, but queen b7 is just king e6.
Yeah, king d6, yeah.
Can you start with queen b7 check? And
Ah.
then you go bishop d7. But then there is f5. So something like this. Yeah, so it's,
Yeah.
for what happens if we go queen b7 check?
Yeah, queen b7 is actually a very good challenging move here. I like it. Should I move king f8?
If you lose this, what happens
Oh, then
to
f5 again. Ah, yeah. Oh, yes. it was
B7.
being-
Should he go to d6 here?
Oh, come on. No. There's no way. I think queen g7, then almost a zugzwang again.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure what else should I do.
Okay, you can go rook d7, then rook d5 back.
Rook d7.
Yeah.
Rook d7. Yes.
Okay, I think it's not. I'm trying to figure out a way to bring my queen out in a nice way, but I don't see it. Yeah, rook d7.
Queen a8?
Queen a8, rook d5, and again f5.
F5.
And the point is, if you take g takes f5, you go g5, right? Or how do you respond?
I wanted to do actually g takes h5 also. But then
Bishop
then
bridge.
f4 also there is. Oh,
Okay.
this is interesting. Yes.
Rook d7. We will
Yes,
see
I think
actually.
queen a8 is going to appear. Board.
Let's see. Yeah, queen a8 looks challenging. I'm trying to see if there's another way. Maybe queen c8 or. But no, I think like you said yourself.
Queen a8 looks good. Queen a8 looks.
Forcing rook d5 and then f5. And then you are forced. Oh, what are you forced to take? G takes f5? No. Okay. What are you gonna do after f5?
Sure. Yeah.
Because I will take e6.
Maybe I have to. I have to take gf5 and then, but then you take yes, queen a8 is on the
Nice.
board, and
Nice.
this is some nice maneuvering from Pavel Eljanov. Rook goes to d5, and f5 is gonna happen here for sure.
Yes, it's time for f5, and I think Pavel is finally happy to break something through. Again, not over yet. G takes f5. Here, there's a question to play g5 or take on h5, and
I like
she says
both,
g5. Yeah.
I like both, and g takes h5 is maybe f4.
F4, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
f4 is
Yeah.
definitely unnecessary complication.
Mhm.
And after g5, I would believe that if I manage to get to the diagonal, then I have managed to get to f6,
And
and
I
it
think
would
you
be
do.
over. Yeah.
And it's on the board. f5 is on the board. Wow, great game by Pavel so far. Okay, they were struggling, but he didn't have a choice. He had to struggle to
Yep,
get here.
yep. So there is, quite a long phase of maneuvering, but now he will consider both options. I'm sure. I believe that player of his experience and expertise would go for g5.
Yeah.
Because gh5 does really create unnecessary complications after f4 and bishop takes h5. It may actually well be a draw already. So yes, g5. Whether it's winning or not, it's a different question. But g5 is the only winning attempt for white.
Yeah, I mean, he could also start with some check, maybe queen a7, if he felt like maybe he would need to get the queen out quickly, but I don't think there's a need, right?
Yes, I think that the queen can pick the right moment to. Well, he can start with a check. It doesn't really change so much.
And in the meantime, I checked the results, and Stevanan Bodana actually did lose her game today, so her first loss of the tournament against the young Materia Marco from France. So, okay, with black pieces, of course, it was a bit harder. But
The big experience, and g5.
okay.
g5 indeed happened. Does know his games.
Yes, definitely he does know. He's very experienced in all types of positions, actually. So he gets a chance, he takes it. It's that simple.
Yeah, now the next task for him is to bring the queen to f6 somehow.
Well.
Actually, it's not so easy for black to make a move.
Yes.
Now.
Yes, actually, right.
There's like rook e5 check and rook d5 back.
Yes.
And because if you cannot move the king.
Why not?
It's g6 check.
Would you, after king f8, you would go g6?
No. If you go king f7.
Ah, yeah,
it's,
yeah,
king
correct,
f8.
yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that after king f8, actually g6 is also quite good.
Would you go for it, really? Okay, yeah. I mean, if it's winning, it's winning.
I think
yeah?
it's winning.
Okay,
Bishop.
rook d7.
Rook d7.
Yeah,
Then
rook
queen takes a5. Then I get.
At the other pass pawn. But you get my g pawn. Okay.
No.
that's fine.
Actually, sorry. Then I would go king f4.
Maybe first.
Yeah, something like this.
mhm.
If we, let's say,
Yeah.
just this and
King f4.
king
Yeah.
f4.
Yeah.
And
King rook g7 though.
rook g7 here.
Yeah, rook g7.
Wanted to go. Okay.
I'm gonna
let's
take
go.
your pawn. You know.
I think so.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah, so then I will have to do this. Maybe
Okay.
g6 is not
Maybe
necessary.
start with
I don't
king
have to.
f4 or
King
something.
f4 is
Yeah.
good.
No need to rush into
Yes,
anything.
and g6, king g5
Yeah,
next.
come on.
Yeah, this is just king f8 is no good. So maybe just wait. Yeah, but also waiting is not.
It's not
most
gonna
likely
bring you
option.
much. Where do you wanna wait? Check king f4, king b5, but then again,
Let's I probably try this.
then it's time for some checks, right?
King
Let's go here.
a7.
Yeah.
A7.
Yeah, e7. Let's go to e7. And then I'm going
And
to.
if this,
Oh no, it's no. Maybe I cannot go to g6 yet. Okay.
just maybe goes this.
Yeah.
I need to close, but then I can kick you back with e5.
Yeah, need to be slightly
More
careful.
precise.
Maybe I'm trying to find. Okay, queen c8. Can I go queen c8? Not that it does much, to be honest. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I have to be kicked back. Yeah.
Well, and also e5 f4 is not really helping black too much. Maybe I just can go back.
Yeah, maybe.
Just
I don't think I need to go forward at all completely. I can win with my queen.
Yeah, well, it's not so easy for black now because also the structure has changed. White managed finally to see the way how to disrupt the coordination of black pieces.
That's the key.
Yeah,
Winning.
because otherwise f5 wouldn't be working, and white needed to change the structure. That's what this extra pawn on f4 was needed for, to sacrifice itself to in order to open white's possibilities to change the structure definitely. And now black was forced to take with the g pawn, which he definitely didn't want to do.
Yeah, like you said, it's very hard to find the move for black at all. at all here, because whatever you do, there's somehow g6 threat, except, yeah, if you maybe waste some tempos, check, back, and bishop d7. But even that, I think I start with queen b8, wait for you to move again.
No, what we can do actually after rook e5.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
can go king g3.
Yeah, we could
Yes,
play
it
this.
is.
Yeah.
It looks like a good idea. Yeah, just hide the king, and then you wait. Basically, it's kind of a tuk-tuk anyway for black.
Okay, maybe you could go rook e5 again, but then it makes it
Oh,
harder.
this is already like a wrong spot.
I agree,
feel,
but
yes.
yeah, queen a7, queen d4, then
Yeah,
bishop
but
d7, queen
again,
d4,
the coordination is
it's wrong. Yeah,
so
it's
then
not working.
yeah. Well, I believe that it'll be extremely difficult for black to find a good solution here, if there is any.
No, there's no solution. No, I'm looking at the engine. +5.
Yes, it's just winning for white.
No, very, very nice maneuvering from Pavel, and I think Leon is already in resigning territory right now. He might make 2-3 more moves. Maybe he's gonna start with king f8, and he's calculating g6 now, if he has any chance. But I think Pavel will not even go for g6 immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, he could, but... Okay, he can maybe move a4 here. Leon, look. Maybe that's one less move.
Yeah. Yeah.
One
But
less
Pavel very patient until now, so
Yeah.
there's no reason that he would lose his patience when he's very close to finally get his reward for this nice technical play. So Pavel is very close to catch up with Badur Jababa, and that would be most likely tomorrow's matchup.
wow.
Yeah, I don't know who will get the whites. Most likely Jababa.
Yeah, probably Jababa would repeat the double whites, but you never know what you can get.
Well,
with
first
him.
of all, the game is not finished yet, and
You're right.
we already were. We have seen some turnarounds, or at least not used chances in this tournament. So,
But even if in event of a draw, wouldn't Jababa still play the highest rated player, which would be Eljanov?
f4.
What?
f4 happens.
What F4? Oh,
He sacrificed the pawn.
what's the point? Rook d4 or what? No, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
I'm taking them.
Yeah, and
Easy.
Pavel does as well.
Easy.
Doesn't really change much, I guess. I mean, his problems are not going away by giving up this pawn. f6 still remains. Well, the only explanation is that he at least wants to get an f5 square for his rook in order to try to prevent white queen getting somewhere near f6, but
okay.
I'm afraid that it's not going to be enough because g pawn actually becomes a very important asset of white's, and
Okay, let's see.
Bishop
G6. Let's see what was his plan. Do we play Queen H8?
Well, Queen H8 looks good, yeah. H8
or we
looks...
can play Queen B7 as well. Doesn't really matter, I think.
Well, King F8 then.
Yeah,
so
F8,
you most likely are going to end up playing Queen H8
eventually. Yeah,
maybe a couple of moves later, but
okay.
Similar.
Queen H8, Rook F5. Are you going King G3? King F7. Oh, he's going G8.
G8.
Yeah, that's
it's a tempo.
nice.
Yeah, so it's a tempo. It's probably even better.
Yeah. Now this is resigning territory.
This is just lost. Rook F5, King G3, and then Queen G7 next.
Okay, he's gonna go Bishop E8 back, but
yes.
not
But Queen G7 or
Rook
Queen
F7
H7 even. You mean after rook f5 check? Yeah.
Queen h7, yeah, rook f7, and then we
And
go g6.
yes.
This is how we win.
That's
Yeah, let's show it.
yes, that's probably
Yeah,
a
that's
nice
how we win.
way to convert, and maybe even Mendonça wouldn't object too much because he understands that surely understands that the fight is unfortunately for him lost, and
No, definitely fight is definitely lost. It's just a matter of time how long he wants to fight and keep this going. I mean, with f4 he showed that he still wants to try to make some kind of drawing options available with rook f5, but yeah, with g8, very nice way. Very
Yeah.
nice way to continue.
on the other hand, so did put he played very. He resisted for a very long time. Even the position did seem to be lost, but he did actually
Very good.
make Pavel sweat a bit, and
Yes.
he did resign. And
Resignation.
very good game. Very interesting from the very start. Creative approach. Knight g5. Obviously,
It was
the key
beautiful.
move, and then there was knight g5, and then there was a conversion part.
Yeah, there
And
was
we
the
sum up-
conversion part.
Yeah, with this we saw the last game of our live coverage. We can see the results of today. Pavel Eljanov did win his game as well as Badur Jobaba, and these two are topping the
Oof.
table at the moment.
Yeah,
and
the
we
only two with 4 out of 4, which is an impressive score in this field, to be honest. And then to find somebody with 3.5, we don't have a lot of players. We will see them tomorrow, of course, on the stage, but definitely Yip Carissa and Garifulina Lea, two players that caught my eye, besides Vetokin Sava, that we see on board number 9. With 3.5 tomorrow, we will see them on the stage, very likely.
Yes, pack of young wolves will be chasing the experienced guys on 4 out of 4, and I think this is a perfect invite for tomorrow's stream, and
I'm so
and
excited.
we are looking forward, guys, for the interesting matchups in tomorrow's round as well. And have a great evening from Aix-en-Provence.
Yeah, see you same time, same place tomorrow, and for a very, very exciting match between Eljanov and Jobava. I am already excited for tomorrow. See you.
So,